Wow. Welcome everybody to the wait, are we live? Yeah. Welcome everybody to the Tilted Lawyer podcast. I'm joined by the indelible, the inflappable Megan Fox. I will be joined shortly by my co-host Ileana Colon Rosa, super lawyer, rising star out of Southern California. And for today's episode, it is round two of the Laura Owens v. Clayton Echard case. Echard, as so many people for like 3 hours were trying to correct me on for my first live stream. I kept on saying Echard. And even now when I look at his name, that's just what it is to me. But Echard, I get it.
It's Echard, yeah.
I have a lot of thoughts. I have a lot of thoughts on the attacks that have gone on in the community for people that have simply been trying to make sense of all of the publicly revealed information from some of Laura Owens' attorneys, from stuff that's been dropped off by various parties in the case. I wanted to speak on that. I want to talk about the blog post that came out a couple days ago or whenever it was, a few days ago. I want to talk about David Gingras. I got a lot to get to. You're going to want to stick around for this one. Let's get started. Roll intro. Bam.
Whatever you might be going through and wherever you might be, this is Omar Serrato with the Tilted Lawyer podcast. I'm here to take your mind off of things. Yes, I'm an attorney. No, I'm not giving you legal advice. We're going to sit and talk like people, as these are the candid thoughts of one practicing attorney, and it's after hours. So have a seat. Feel free to have a drink and join me. Let's get started.
Hey, on my camera, am I behind or?
Yeah, you're behind.
Oh, okay. I apologize, everybody. Good morning to you. It's been a very hectic morning. It's been a crazy 48 hours for me. Megan Fox is kind enough to join me. It's, I believe it's noon where she's at. We're having to wake up bright and early. It's like 9 a.m. over here. And I literally have some Woodford Reserve on deck. I was watching your live stream, Megan, the one where you had the umbrella guy on. And then you were talking about the law tuber stuff. I still don't get all of the references.
Yeah.
Like reference to the community, but I know that recently there's been I saw your live stream about your friend Rakita Law. I know there's a lot going on with that.
Yeah, a lot going on with that. And it was funny, Tug and I were joking that you hadn't heard of LawTube, and you were like, "Oh, I accept, I'll join." We're like, "Not now."
All right.
Wait.
Oh, well, not join then. How about that?
You might want to hold off on that. Yeah, it's funny. This LawTube thing that got created with live streaming trials is really what it's about, is live streaming trials and offering commentary throughout the trial. And that's something that Nick Rekieta really created. He invented it, and it took off and became a giant new form of entertainment that was wildly, and still is wildly, popular and successful. But he was the greatest. He was number one. Just unbelievable talent and huge audience, huge opportunity. And unfortunately, it's as Mr. Medeker said the other day, he decided to light himself on fire for everyone's entertainment. And it's sad when you know somebody personally, and this happens, and it's very public. So I haven't been able to really do much more than that one live stream, because it's too close, and it hurts. It hurts.
Well,
I've lost others to addictions and things, and it's tough to watch.
I don't know much about Rakita because I've seen a lot of the mean stuff that people say about him, and then I know what happened to him recently, which I really don't have much comment because I don't know the guy, but I wish him all the best. I think that whenever you're a guy like that, he appears to have put himself in a position, and people are they're speaking negatively about him, and
Yeah, the higher they build you up, the further there is to fall. And he had a kind of meteoric rise to fame and fortune that happened really fast after the Rittenhouse trial, and then the Johnny Depp trial. I
think that's where I found him, is on the Rittenhouse. What's up, Ileana? Ileana's in the house. I found him in the Rittenhouse, and then I saw him. He had like a glass of whiskey, and it was like, I built this shit on my own. Or this thing, he's going on a rant like that, and it's like, if you want to come into this thing, well, be my guest. Or he's going on some crazy thing like that. Hey, Leanna just wrecked my mic. Hey, Leanna, fashionably late.
Coffee for me and Melissa, so.
Excuses are like a-holes. Yeah, cool. All right, so. And by the way, Watts the Obsession is in the house, and thank you so much, Watts. She's a famous she has like 50,000 subscribers, and she made a name for herself covering the Chris Watts case. And I did a live stream with her once about a couple months ago. Thank you so much for coming in. I saw, Megan, you're making fun of me about not knowing what live streams are or super chats.
I was like, oh, look, he's learning about super chats live. This is fun.
Yeah. Well, I never did live streams for the purpose of having people like participate. Certainly not to do live chats. It was just, you know what? I can't figure out all this editing shit. I'm just going to do it live. And so that way it's just there.
You should.
Well, as I'm learning, it's like a thing. It's like, why do people do the live streams and not the edited videos? And now I've kind of figured out why.
Well, I told my husband about it this morning, and he was laughing too, because apparently he knows what super chats is. He's like, you guys didn't know yet?
No.
I've been doing this for so long. I'm like, no.
I think the moment that I figured it out was on the last live stream when Dominic said, hey, read your super chats, Dick. It's like, oh, look at all these.
Yeah, it was fun to watch you do that live and to kind of find this. This is the thing about live streaming on YouTube too. It comes in waves. These stories come around once in a while where they have wild interest for a while, and so the wave will just build and build and build and build. As you were, I heard you guys when I was backstage, and you were like, "Oh my God, there's 100 and some people waiting." Like, yeah, that's what happens when these things kind of take off, and then YouTube, it goes and it crests, and then it falls off, and then it comes back. The last big trial I did was the Maya Kowalski trial. Huge interest. Huge crowds in that. I streamed that trial, and we just
there in the courthouse.
No, live streamed it on YouTube.
Live streamed it. Okay.
Yeah, and that was a incredibly lucrative time for my channel. I mean, it built a bigger audience, and you get more interest. And then this thing came around, and I found this whole other audience that had been following this on Reddit. They were really digging into all of what was these public records, and Dave Neal was the only person kind of covering it, and he isn't in the legal space, and so he didn't have maybe the kind of resources that some of us do, that we've been doing this for a while, digging. I'm a reporter. I do a lot of, I'm a journalist, and I do a lot of covering court cases through public documents, and also in courtrooms live. I'll go and, watch. I'm going to Arizona for this one. I will be there reporting on the ground on June 10th.
In Hawaii on June 10th for my her graduation gift was
wonderful.
Hawaii with all of her parents. I'm sure she's thrilled.
Oh, she's gonna love it. Are you going to Oahu, or where are you going?
Hawaii and
the Big Island. The Big Island.
The little one, I think.
Oahu. That's Oahu.
Is it Oahu?
Yeah.
I was not responsible for the planning of it. I'm just going with the flow. So wherever.
Well, if you are going to Oahu, you and I'll have to send you an email, because I will hook you up with Mr. Hawaii while you're there, and and my uncle pretty much runs that island, and he'll show you a really good time if you want to hang out with some cool Hawaiian musicians for a party one night.
That sounds mildly intimidating. I know people in Hawaii, and just so you know, they will take care of you or they will take you out.
Oh no, he's wonderful. He ran for lieutenant governor actually a year or so ago, and his name is Rob Burns. He invented Local Motion. He was the founder of Local Motion, which is a wildly huge, successful surf company. And he was a surfer. He was a beach bum. My grandmother told my aunt not to marry him. He'd never be anything. And then he became everything.
When you say those things to certain men, because it just causes them to ascend. I have a similar story that I won't go into here, but I'll tell you what. So for this case, I did a whole live stream last week. It took 4 hours to get through. I didn't expect it to go that long, but there was just so much crazy. Like, I just looked at the clock. It's like, holy shit, I've been talking for 3.5 hours. And I didn't know anything about the case. I literally had 2 days to absorb it all. which I don't feel so bad about anymore, not knowing all of the facts, because David Gingras, when he will publish stuff, seems to be mistaken on the facts himself. He's been on the case for 3 months. So I make no apologies about that, but I will say that I do have further ingrained opinions from what I've learned. So let me tell you a story before I even get into any of that. A lot of people were upset that I didn't go further in on Laura Owens. There was people that was upset because I was calling her Jane Doe. I learned why Dave did that. And it's, it was for her protection, because he didn't want people to search her on the internet and start bullying, which I think, that's kind of a wildfire that is not going to be reined in by Dave Neal or anybody else. It's out. And I think a lot of it has been because Gingras has kind of put gasoline on the fire. Well, let me tell you why I maintained that level of objectivity with Miss Owens. So my first criminal trial, my first ever jury trial, was about 10 years ago. And I was representing a guy, and it was a young man. He was facing 22 years in prison if he would have been convicted on all of his charges. He was on trial for an assault with a deadly weapon. And the story was that he was about to get married, and then the ex-boyfriend was contacting the wife and like disrespecting her. So he shows up at her door, and he asks him politely to, hey, could you just knock it off? And then he gets attacked, and he gets into this fight. And then, he's attacked by this ex-boyfriend and his two brothers and his dad. And then there was this whole thing, and he's the one that ends up getting arrested. So we go through the whole jury trial. It was in the historic Riverside courthouse, beautiful courthouse. And in front of a really good judge. I was going up against this DA, and I was intimidated as hell. This guy, the DA was like, I think probably 20 years in practice at that point. I'm like this peon of an attorney. And so we litigate the case, we go to trial. It's like a 6-day trial, jury deliberations for a couple of days. And my guy's acquitted, full on acquitted. And I believe my client's story. I believed him wholeheartedly when he told me that he was acting in self-defense. And as I'm waiting for the jury to come back with the verdict, I'm sitting there with my client. I mean, I'm at that time, 34 years old, 35. And this guy is just a kid, 21, 22 years old. And he's sitting there, he's contemplating, if they come back with the guilty verdict, I'm going to go to prison for 20 years. And so he's trying to come to grips with possibly losing his freedom. And with tears coming down his eyes, they read the verdict: not guilty on count 1, not guilty on count 2, count 3, count 4. He's completely acquitted. And I'm thrilled because I just fucking won this trial. And, at the end of it, we're walking out, there's about 30 minutes of, hugs and everything with the family. And then when we get out of the courthouse, like, hey, Omar, I did that shit, man. I was guilty.
Oh my God. Never tell your lawyer that.
He told me after the fact, and it just led me to believe it doesn't matter how ingrained or convinced you are of your position. You never really know actually what goes on. People can convince you. People have a survival instinct to say what they got to say to get out of situations. And in the off chance that Laura Owens was telling the truth, and because of a couple of untruths, it caused people to go in on her and bully her. I didn't want to be part of the bullying crowd, if that's how she perceived it, for reasons that she stated in her blog post a few days ago, where she says that she's struggling with mental health and, she's going through a lot in this trial and all of these things. So for that reason, I gave her the objective benefit of the doubt. And I didn't want to be a part of jumping to conclusions. I wanted to see what all the evidence was. And I've seen enough where if she were my client, I'd be like, look, we're not winning this trial. There's no winning here. You're going to get on the stand and you're going to be cross-examined, and all of these inconsistencies are coming out. It's the reason why now she's oh yeah, I definitely doctored the ultrasounds. I definitely lied about these other things. And I believe it's this strategy of trying to get ahead of it, but there's no getting ahead of it because she still has to be cross-examined. And so I was just trying to be ultra cautious because I am very sensitive to issues related to domestic violence and SA and similar scenarios. I have many clients that I've defended. I've also defended people on the side of Clayton Echard who have been falsely accused because people are trying to get the upper hand in custody cases and whatnot. And so for me, it was really an exercise in trying to not give into my emotions and try to remain as objective as I can. So since then, since then. With everything that I've seen, it is obvious to me. And if she were my client, I would sit her down in my office and say, look, this is what's going to happen at trial. They're going to bring up this inconsistency. They're going to bring up how you doctored. The judge already knows. There was somebody that had asked me yesterday in the comments of my community post because they have all the text messages in discovery from Marraccini and all these other things.
Right.
And they're like, is the judge going to read all of that and know everything? And the answer is no. She's not going to know everything that the listening audience knows. From my understanding, they have 2 hours to present that case. It's 1 hour for both sides. Mm-hmm. And you have to make some decisions when that's the case. Now, look, if you got unlimited time, like you would in the jurisdiction where I practice, then yeah, you're going to go over all those text messages, and she's going to be on the stand for like 3 or 4 days going through her cross, and we're going to go through text messages one by one. But unless it gets admitted in an exhibit during trial, the judge cannot consider it because it's not in evidence. And, you think, oh, well, it's attached to the pleadings. Yeah, but they can't consider that because it didn't come in for that purpose. They could take judicial notice of things that they said under oath, but the exhibits themselves have their own evidentiary standard. And so if you got 200 pages of text messages, which ones do you want the judge to see? Mm-hmm. And so I know I'm kind of getting out of order here, but the judge is going to hear what is admitted into evidence. And she already knows about the faked ultrasounds. She knows about what was the other big one that she had? There was the fake ultrasound, and then she had doctored some other
She
thing.
also knows that Mike Marraccini was in contact with David Gingras when David Gingras told the court he wouldn't speak to him. That's pretty interesting. That's new. She just had a ruling where she basically put him on notice that I know you were talking to him when you told me you weren't. When you told me he didn't make himself available. Not only did he make himself available, but he then told you he didn't want to have that phone call because you put his personal information online and it was inappropriate and it was upsetting to him. And you were given all the things you needed to know David Gingras. You were given the essence of what his testimony was going to be. And he had basically misled the court to say, I don't know what they're going to testify about. And Greg Woodnick was able to produce an email that literally told him what the testimony was going to be about.
Well in advance. Like this
in advance.
What they were going to say. And you know what's interesting about that ruling is the fact that it was completely moot because it was a ruling on a motion that had already been withdrawn, but for a clerical error. I'm having to make this finding. Normally judges, the motion is moot because it was already withdrawn, denied, or no further action. But she took the time to write facts into the likely to put everybody on notice that, look, this is the way that I'm leaning. This is what I know. And for attorneys, for Miss Owens, you're going to have to explain yourselves because, the issue is whether or not we're going to sanction her, but for Rule 26, which is a moot issue. And she has some explaining to do. But before I get into that, let me go in order. So let's talk about her blog post. I know that you did a live stream. I didn't get a chance to catch the whole thing, but what do you think about this, Megan?
I'm horrified by it as her lawyer. Now, there's two ways to look at it. One, that this is part of his strategy to basically allow her to intimidate and chill free speech through threats of, I don't know, are we allowed to say the S word here? I guess we shouldn't because we're on YouTube. But
I didn't know the YouTube rules, so I just follow whatever.
I'll just say threats of self-harm, shall we say.
Yeah.
It's either a strategy on his part to try and stop us from reporting on this by her, putting it out there that if she does something to herself, it's going to be because of what we have said or done, which is absurd. Okay. And I can't believe that a lawyer would put his rubber stamp on that without, and that he would allow her to put that out there and not go take her to get help. Because if someone is truly feeling that way, then the people closest to her, her lawyer, her family, her friends, need to make sure that she's being seen by a professional to make sure that doesn't happen. The second option is that he is possibly setting up a chance for her to get out of being at court. We know that he tried to push it off, that he wanted to have a continuance. Is he setting up a situation where the night before her court hearing, she's going to have a mental health crisis and be unavailable in either a hospital or an institution where she cannot take part in her trial? I think that could be it. Or if it's a real thing, if she really is feeling this way, which I really don't believe because this is a pattern of her behavior. She threatens suicide when she I did it. I'm sorry. She threatens self-harm. I'm very bad at this. My YouTube channel is always demonetized because of it.
You and me both.
I'm sorry. But she threatens self-harm whenever she gets backed into a corner or in order to hold on to someone in her life that she wants to hold on to. And I showed on my live stream many examples of that. Many examples of her threatening it with Clayton, threatening it with with Mike Marraccini, threatening it with in order to get Clayton fired from certain jobs that he was being looked at for. She's threatened with her parents. She's threatened. I mean, she's done a lot of this over many years. And it's her like go-to to shut down all argument. As soon as she throws that bomb in the mix, everybody goes, "Oh my God. Okay, what do we do?" And it's not fair because you talked about how she's saying that she's being cyberbullied. She has dragged multiple men through needless and fraudulent litigation for years, and she finally got caught. Where is her empathy and sympathy for the mental and emotional trauma that they've been through?
Yeah, and that's an aspect of it because it's one of two scenarios. Either she's a sociopathic, manipulator, narcissistic individual that has no regard for the plights of the men that she's victimized, or she generally has some kind of trauma response to something that happened to her in her past, and people are kind of mad because that's really naive to assume that it's trauma. It's like, I'm not assuming it's that. It's a possibility. I don't know if she's ever been diagnosed as a sociopathic narcissist and is doing this for manipulation. That's 100% what it can be. But I'm also not that kind of a doctor. I'm a doctor of law. I'm not a psychologist. And so to the extent that she may have had something happen in her past that's causing this kind of response, I'm open to that possibility. Do I think that that's what's going on? I don't know. I have no opinion about it one way or the other. I will say this, that you had mentioned that you'd been involved with family law for, you said 20 years?
Yeah, about 20 years now. Have
you developed this muscle? So my assistant, she's actually working. She's not in here by now. By the way, she's not an attorney. Melissa Pacheco, she's getting married in a month. She is my paralegal. She's been with me for 5 years. Eliana, sitting right in front of me, is an attorney. She's been practicing and she's on the rise and the one that I always refer to. And so when they come in, beside the point, what was I talking about? What point was I making?
Family law.
Oh, yes. Okay. So whenever I hear or see people cry on the witness stand, I have like the biggest internal eye roll because like 98% of the time it's bullshit. They're trying to curry favor with the judge. They think that this is the way they're going to manipulate the court into getting what they want in court. And I've been conditioned to turn off that empathy muscle for people that cry like on call. It's funny because they'll like start crying during direct exam. And then when I get up there on cross exam to question them, all the tears dry up and they get this mean face and they start looking at me and they're on the ultimate defensive. And so is it a case like that with Miss Owens? Yeah, it might be because I guarantee you
has anybody shown you the video of her crying on Facebook?
I've seen the pictures. I've definitely seen the pictures. I definitely noted, I haven't seen the video where she's crying, but I saw everybody's thumbnail. They have like various pictures of her in different stages of crying.
Well, it's really interesting because I actually, when I played it for my audience, I had such a reaction that was very similar to how I felt watching Amber Heard on the stand, because you're watching all of this incredibly histrionic emotion, supposedly, but there's no actual tears. There's no actual sniffling. When you start crying, usually you have to sniffle because you get mucus, right? And also you'll have liquid coming out of your eyes. At one point during this, the video, she actually pokes herself in the eye.
Really?
Like, yeah, it looks like she's going to like fix her makeup, but you can tell that she actually sticks her finger in her eye. So it's like, are you irritating the eye on purpose so that you'll get some tears? Because you don't see any tears. They're not rolling down her face. There's not a whole lot of stuff, but it's this hysterical crying, very much like Amber Heard when she was trying to force those tears out on the stand and she couldn't do it. So she was making faces and like just the faces, but the tears don't come. And it was very hard to watch. And to me, it comes off as extremely insincere or some kind of problem, mental problem that perhaps comes along with that. I don't know. Again, I'm not a doctor either, but as a human being, as a fellow human being who understands body language as far as anybody does, like when you feel something coming from someone, it's just very insincere. I'm going to send it to you actually in your email if your staff wants to take a look at it, because it's really something. I don't know if you want to play it on here, but
let us examine.
Yeah,
why not?
I'm going to send it to you.
Let us do the eye roll on the live.
I know what's interesting is that most of the people that are following this case, I feel like, are women. It's probably like 80-20. And they're like the ones that are most not buying into the bullshit. From what I've seen,
I haven't seen anybody who's buying it. I haven't seen anybody who's like, oh yeah, well, wait a minute, what about this? And what about that? There's nobody. She doesn't have anybody on her side that feels like she's being wronged here. That's the thing I've never seen. I've never seen that.
Even like David, when he started, he's like, oh yeah, F that guy. He's not going to own up to his responsibilities. And like, that's where he started. And then like, it involves like, wait a minute. And then, but he gave her this initial benefit of the doubt. I even heard like the umbrella guy say, oh yeah, that's how I was too. And then I was trying to be like super soft in my first live stream 7 days ago about it. But all the women was like, oh no, there's no effing way that she has a high risk pregnancy and there's not a valid ultrasound other than the one that she faked. There's no effing way that that's true. Ileana's like over here. She's like, yeah, and Judge Mata, I noticed the same reaction about her faking the ultrasound. And then there was supposed to be a miscarriage at 24 weeks and the fetus was absorbed into there. And then it was, oh, no. If that were the case, it was that far along, it would be a bloody mess and there would be no mistaking it. And the other thing that Ileana highlighted that we didn't even talk about much on the show was the fact that, look, you filed a paternity petition a couple of weeks into the pregnancy. Why not wait? What was the reason to go get it done then? Because normally me and Ileana, we have these cases and it doesn't happen very often, but sometimes there are people that get separated or divorced while pregnant and we have to come up with these parenting plans, but it doesn't really happen until like 6, 7, 8 months until they're into the pregnancy and it's undeniable that this baby is coming, but you don't do it like a month in. And so that was curious.
It's very strange to me, especially because the miscarriage timelines have changed so many times. We now have a timeline that says she may have miscarried on July 23rd. Well, that was before she filed the paternity case on August 1st. And she wants to say, well, that might have been when I had it, but I didn't know because I kept testing positive.
How did the July 23rd date come about, though? Who?
Because she took pictures. You haven't seen the pictures yet?
The ones from July 23rd?
Mm-hmm.
I'm not sure. When you say stuff like that, it makes me nervous because
you'd remember.
I have or no?
You'd remember if you saw it. So she took pictures of what she claims is clumps or fetal sacs.
Oh, I do remember those pictures. I didn't know that those were the ones.
Okay, so that's the July, and the metadata on that is July 23rd. She says she sent it to her sister, she sent it to her mother, but she never bothered to go to the ER. She didn't bother to go to an OBGYN. She didn't have one. And if you are bleeding like that, if you're passing clumps of tissue, you're pregnant,
you're going to the doctors.
You go to the doctor to confirm. You don't just go get another drugstore P test and keep and be like, oh, I'm still pregnant. When she said she contacted like a telehealth provider, it was actually the miscarriage hotline. So it was a miscarriage and abortion hotline text chat that she contacted. And they were like, well, you should go get that checked out. Like you should go to a doctor. And she never did. She was just like, okay, I guess I'm still pregnant.
Yeah, but like if that were to happen to my wife and like there was an issue like that, there's no telehealth. We're just going to go to the ER right now.
Yeah, you
I
would
don't know
never.
what that is, I don't know what it means.
And
You would
how
never,
far-
ever.
How far she would have been at that time, according to her timeline?
In July? When the pregnancy would have occurred when, like in May?
She said she conceived on May 20th.
Yeah.
So how I don't know how, and also her math is wrong. So she would do the math from the conception date.
Right.
That's not when you do it. You do the math from the last menstrual period.
And her attorneys know that because when they were questioning her on the stand, they were trying to make sense of all of that. Like, okay, so you guys had intercourse in May, and then Clayton was like, well, we didn't have intercourse, or I forgot what he said, but something to that effect. And then doesn't it make sense then that 9 months would be sometime in February, and that would have been the due date? And then Clayton's like, sure. But you're right. They take that from the date of the last missed period, and that's usually something that
it's actually last menstrual period. So not even missed, the last period that you had before you miss one. So it's
that put the due date earlier than February, if that were the case.
It could. Yeah, it could. I mean, I don't know. I can't do the math in my head, but there are pregnancy calculators. There are pregnancy calculators all over the place that you can put the dates in and it'll tell you. And it's not right. And in fact, the judge in that case, Judge Galketsis, did not allow Deandra, the attorney, to get the answer to that question. When was your last menstrual period? And I was really disappointed in her for not doing that. By the way, I just sent the link to the video. I couldn't send it by email; it was too big. But I sent a link to it. It's on a Google Drive for you.
How long is the video?
It's not long. It's long enough. It feels like an eternity, but I think it's only 6 or 7 minutes.
Yeah, it's like 6.5 minutes.
Yeah.
Hey, Jesse Balubu. Did I pronounce that right? Jesse Balubu. Jesse Lubu. Thank you so much for the $10 and the jumping peacock. What is that? That's like a Tweety bird with the beating hearts. Thank you so much for the $10. But here, well, I have thoughts. Well, first I want to address, I really want to address, I'm not going to read her entire blog post about when she's basically saying, well, I don't know what she said. But, you know, like I was saying, man, I mean, I grew up around women. I've grown up and seen my mother be the victim of DV. And, you know, she was a legitimate single parent trying to raise children. And I've seen what she had to go through with my own eyes. I saw that. And she raised me. And I have of my siblings, I have 2 brothers. The rest are women. I'm been constantly surrounded by women all my life. And so I just developed this very protective stance towards women because of my mom. And so when I hear Laura saying stuff like that, my initial instinct is, you know, oh, let's come and give her a big hug and sit her down and we're going to protect her. But that's the way that women, it's also a tool that some people use to manipulate men, because it's like, if you're the guy, you're confronted with this information. It's like, oh, well, how do we react in the moment? Clayton in the moment was like, I 100% know that we didn't have intercourse. Now, I had made mention on the live stream that maybe he was not sure because he was on edibles or whatever he was on, and maybe he just forgot. But from what I've seen and from what he said, he's pretty unequivocal that never happened.
Know what happened? Do you know what happened this morning? I don't know if you know about this, but I would like your take on this as a lawyer as well. David Gingras decided that it would be a good idea to post clips of Clayton's video deposition today on YouTube. Did you know about this?
I've seen those clips. Well, I was sent clips from Laura, and I don't know if they're the same clips that she sent me, but is it the one? Well, what is the clips that?
Here, let's bring it up. It's on my Twitter. Let's not give him the clicks. Let's give my Twitter. Here, I'll bring it up for you. I'll share my screen. Dominic, if you're working the StreamYard, when I share my screen, you just pull it up. You just add it to the stage and it should work. Well, let me make sure it's in the right thing so we have audio, because that would be bad if we didn't. All right. So yeah, he shared. Now, the crazy part is that this stuff does not make him look good. I mean, it makes Clayton look even better than ever before. All right, there you go. You should be able to see it now, Dominic. There you go. Okay,
Yeah.
so is it, I think it's this one. Wait.
That's the same clip that was sent to me that Laura asked me not to share like a week ago. But if her lawyer is now posting it, I have no qualms about talking about it.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and I don't know why it's not doing full screen for you. I just did the full screen and it does. Hold on one second. Let's see if I can. It's not doing the full screen for you. I don't know why. Here. Can you hear it?
No.
No. Okay, hold on. I don't know what's wrong, why it's not sharing this. Oh, I know why. Duh. All right. Here we go. I got it now.
Intercourse.
Let's get it bigger. Bigger.
Isn't there intercourse between you and Miss Owens?
Yep.
Because she said she didn't want to. So I said, okay. I respected that and didn't push it.
Someone please explain to me how this is evidence that he ARPed her.
No, I really wish if I were to do a cross-examine Laura Owens like in trial, it would be like it would be the one where I'm spending like 3-4 days pumping myself up because I have so much material to work with, and it's going to be so much fun bringing up all these inconsistencies. One thing that I missed, I mean, I didn't miss, but just in the moment, I didn't realize when I was reading it, that letter, the tight one, the one where she's like, "I'm so."
Oh God.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And like, I haven't been with anybody in 10 months. And then Ileana had said, wait a minute, didn't she say that she was S8 and they had sex? Like,
yeah, he would know how tight she was if he had been inside of her.
He suggests that he'd never been inside of her.
Exactly.
And she was begging him to be inside of her. And it doesn't make sense to say to somebody who's already been inside of you, you would know if you were inside of me. That doesn't make any sense.
In that deposition clip, it's very consistent with the idea that he knows they never had intercourse, because he's like, I was questioning it because, yeah, she took this test and it came out positive. And it was like, well, maybe she inseminated herself. Maybe got trapped, which is horrifying to think about. But he's trying to make sense of how she could possibly be pregnant. And they never did anything other than, what was it, grinding?
Yeah. And then she has made allegations through her lawyer in motions and in her deposition that he ARPed her, that he forcibly forced her to have intercourse. She has said she told him not to put it in, and then he did.
She told me that too, but it was never.
That's ridiculous. That's ridiculous. She made multiple statements after the fact that it was all consensual. Everything that happened was consensual. Yeah. Now all of a sudden that the walls are closing in, it suddenly wasn't consensual. And David Gingras thinks that this video is proof that he lied about intercourse. No, his story is still consistent. He said, why didn't you have intercourse? And he said, because she said no, she didn't want to, and I didn't push it. He now looks like a better guy than ever. He's like listening to consent and getting consent and then not pushing someone into it. I don't know how this helps him. And also, by the way, what do you think the ethical implications are for posting video deposition clips before the trial? This is something I don't think I've ever seen before.
It's beyond bizarre.
Mm-hmm.
I have no reference. I've never seen it done. I mean, I've been practicing for over 10 years. I've never seen anybody publish deposition testimony like 10 days before a trial. I mean, really the move is, I mean, if I was representing Laura Owens, I would highly advise her to go to the mountains somewhere where there's no internet and just chill the fuck out until we get, Dominic bleep me. Just, stay off the internet. Don't worry about what everybody's saying. You're going to have a chance to tell your story. I have this thing when I prep my clients when they're going to trial. It's like, listen, they're going to get to go first. And when they're going to be telling their story. It's going to feel really bad. You have to trust me that I'm going to get your story out. We're going to have an opportunity to cross-examine. They got to do their thing, and then we're going to do our thing. But you need to be steadfast in the truth. I always use that statement with my clients. Like, look, you don't have anything to worry about because we're going in there standing on truth. If Laura can't stand on the truth, then she's trying to overcompensate with these blog posts, with these clips. with Gingras threatening people with $140 million lawsuits and yourself.
And homelessness.
Yeah. Did he threaten you with a $140 million lawsuit as well?
Sort of. He's never used my name except for after I contacted him with a press inquiry, of course. Then he started directly
I didn't
coming.
see that one, by the way. Well,
you did or didn't?
I saw a live stream of you where you were talking about, I don't remember where I saw it, but I saw where you were asking him for stuff, and then he just kind of like was nonchalant, being a dick about it.
Yeah, he made a claim in an email to Greg Woodnick, which showed up in a filing as an exhibit. And the claim was basically like, out of all, the case, you better watch yourself, because all those attorneys I've gone up against, a bunch of them have landed in jail or gotten disbarred.
I did see that one.
So I sent him an inquiry because I found that claim to be outrageous, considering how
name the people. That's what it was. You said name the people then.
Yeah. So tell me, who is it? Who went to jail because of your stunning legal prowess? Let me know. Who are these lawyers that you put in jail? And he ended up telling me, I never said that. And if you even hint that I wasn't being honest about those lawyers, I will sue you. You'll be sued in 24 hours and you'll explain it to a judge in Arizona. And I'm like, well, fine. Because you told a lie there, buddy. Because now you first made us think that you did have something to do with these lawyers. And then now you're saying you didn't.
Yeah. And, with Gingras, by the way, after I did my live stream, I was fully expecting like a cease and desist. They haven't contacted me since I did that Q&A with both of them before my last live stream. I haven't got hit with a cease and desist. I haven't been threatened with a lawsuit or anything. They just kind of left me alone, which I guess is cool. But I saw how he treated you like that. I asked him a simple question, and I guess brings me to one of my points about the attacks on the community. So I just vary in one of my questions. The simple one is like, hey, so there's this Justice for Clayton Echard Reddit that is going around posting evidence of this case. There's various other outlets. I think I sent him another. There's like a timeline that has all these text messages from Marraccini to Gillespie to Echard going back to like 2014 or something like that. It's like, hey, you don't even have to itemize now just how much of this is bullshit. And then it's like, I'd have not the time nor the inclination to look at such things. I'm such a busy lawyer. But in the same email to me, a couple of days prior, Laura Owens said that my attorney right now is preparing she didn't mention the dollar figure, but a lawsuit against David Neal and all of his followers who are cult-like and trying to bully and harass and all of these things. And all I asked him was, hey, so of all the stuff that's out there, is there anything that you can definitively say has been altered or changed, or just give me some hint that maybe some of this is bullshit? And his answer was like a non-response. And I got angry with that because he markets himself as a defamation attorney or internet specialist, internet law specialist. I've been led to believe that they are preparing for a defamation lawsuit, and for him to suggest that he wasn't aware of all of the stuff out there on the internet and just kind of dismiss it haphazardly and say that, well, I'm not going to look at it. I'm not going to whatever. That is such bullshit, because not only has he looked at it, I feel like if he's prepping for a lawsuit, he's cataloged all of that stuff. In his blog post just from a few days ago, he's like, he's aware of all of the hatred and all this stuff and how vile it is, and just how they're going so far deep into this, into Laura and bullying her. And so the way that he's treating it and calling David Neal out specifically as the leader of the David Neal cults, the Daver group or whatever, I don't know what the name is for it. But he's saying that, but all of the people from that community, everyone, number one, they're so smart. They're like, when I get a fact wrong, I hear about it, but they have opinions, and everything that they reference is from stuff that's publicly out there and available. And for him, and I don't know if he has publicly accused anybody on like a social media post of being a cult follower or I don't know, a Daver demon or whatever term he wants to use. But the fact that he's doing that lends itself to a defamation claim, to the point that I would consider the fact that perhaps Dave Neal and his community has a better argument for defamation than Gingras is trying to present. And the fact that he's coming after you, I don't know how familiar you are with anti-SLAPP lawsuits in California.
Oh, very. I've been sued before for defamation, and by people who don't like you digging into their stories. It happens. I wrote an entire book about it. Actually, let's see. This book. It's called "Shut Up: The Bizarre War That One Public Library Waged Against the First Amendment." That's my mama on the cover. Isn't she funny? She played the nasty librarian for the cover shot. But no, this was about a library in the Chicago area that was allowing guys to sit around watching porn all day with children nearby, and do other things that comes with that, and they wouldn't do anything about it. And I dug into their FOIA. Through FOIA, I dug into their records. I found that they had sex crimes being committed in the library and that they didn't call police and all sorts of things. And this book is, because of my reporting on it, I got sued by this director of not director, she was like the public relations person in the library. And we got Kirkland Ellis to represent me and my co-author pro bono because it was a free speech case. And we didn't have to pay a dime. So I'm not worried about him. What I think he's trying to do, one is his technique is intimidation.
Yeah.
It's intimidation, and he thinks he can make people shut up. What he doesn't understand, though, and maybe it would have worked on Dave because Dave hasn't been around this for very long. And I think it really did affect Dave. I think Dave was very worried about it until a bunch of us in the law tube kind of sphere jumped in to help and cover this story. He was feeling very exposed and very alone, which is exactly what David Gingras was probably hired to do. Roll in with all the empty threats without anybody knowing they're empty, try and throw around a bunch of legal terms that maybe a layperson wouldn't understand.
Right.
And, I've looked at his claims, and what he can't prove shit. There's no defamation here. For one, she's a limited purpose public person. Okay. Right. She's a podcaster. She bills herself as a TEDx speaker. She is by definition a public persona. So that means that it would have to rise to the level of actual malicious intent. And you can look at every single person in this community, and there has never been 1 ounce of maliciousness. We have all told her multiple times, own up, get help, you will be amazed how many people will forgive you and actually want to hear your story when you get well about what happened. Why did you do this? Just stop. So I don't believe him. I don't believe that he's actually serious about suing anybody for defamation. Did he ever get back to you about any of that?
No. Well, he never. I mean, after I did my live stream, he did that. It was like radio silence, and so I didn't get a cease and desist. I didn't get threatened with anything. I don't know.
Let me show you what he does. So if you can pull up my screen, I want to show you. I've put a little thing together. This is a real good example of what David Gingras will do. So on his blog, he posted, it says, Laura says, this was back on May 5th, that she was told by Planned Parenthood that she was pregnant with twins. This was the ultrasound that she later admitted to editing to change the name of the facility. I don't know what you mean by the October sonogram.
Yeah.
To my knowledge, there is no October sonogram. It's possible you're talking about one or more fake sonograms that someone else created and then sent to certain online media people. Laura has denied having anything to do with those. And so far, I haven't seen any evidence to the contrary. So I make a video, Omar. I make a video showing him, what October sonogram? This one. And not only did she send it to Dave Neal, she sent it, and this is a 21-week-old fetus, by the way, in October. She sent it. She used it in the hearing to get the protective order against Clayton because she said this image right here, this meme that someone created. Do you see the sonogram in her hand?
Yes.
You see that sonogram? Well, it's the same October 21st sonogram he says October 12th, that he says doesn't exist. There it is. And I put them right next to each other. And she tells the judge, and I've got clips of it, she tells him, I got to find where I put them next to each other. She tells him, there, you can see it. See? Same one.
Yeah.
Same. She tells the judge, I know that he had something to do with this meme because he's the only one I sent this to. And she says, that's our son. That's our sonogram. She says it to a judge, Judge Duty. So
Yeah, Judge
now
Duty
he's saying,
was I was upset with Judge Duty when I watched
yeah.
the hearing, but another topic for a different day, I guess.
And here's her email talking about that October sonogram. Here it is, October 12th. This is the email where she attached it to Dave. Okay, thanks. I would appreciate it. The last imaging I had was troubling to me because I thought the boy's profile looked kind of weird, attached. But the sonographer didn't say anything. I guess I just don't know how to read these things, and I'm probably overanalyzing. The girls looked fine. So she admits that that was hers. Now, when we pointed out to him, here it is. Here's the October 12th. Here's the October 12th sonogram. He just shuts up about it, never talks about it again.
Yeah. Well, I feel like, I mean, it doesn't benefit him to try to come out here and publicly get dunked on like that, like Dave Neal would say. But I mean, that's basically every time he's confronting either you or Dave or others that I've seen with evidence that goes counter to the narrative he's trying to spin, he gets, real pissy about it, or he just goes radio silent. After I did my live stream, I felt like I was very fair. People were like mad at me for not being more vicious towards Laura Owens, but I'm not here to be vicious. I was just looking for truth. And, respectfully to them, I haven't been sent anything like that. But look, there's a day of reckoning. It's June 10th. And if I have an hour to prepare and I'm representing Mr. Echard, the first witness I would call is going to be Laura Owens as an adversarial witness. And we're just going to do a cross-examine. I'm going to bring up the main inconsistencies in my story because, and here's what I feel like the judge is hinting at. I feel like what she's basically telling the lawyers is, to me, all of this is going to hinge on whether or not you had a reasonable belief that you were pregnant when you filed this petition, because there's too many oddities. Look, you're pregnant with twins with, was it Gillespie or was that with the,
all of them,
yeah.
all of them,
Pregnant with
3 times pregnant with twins, allegedly. And I don't know about the fourth one. She says now that she was pregnant 4 times. And before, in another Medium article, she says it was 3 times, but just the other day, then recent blog post says 4. So she can't even remember how many times she's been pregnant, first of all. So that's a problem. But
statistical probability of that happening 4 times pregnant with twins, it's like up there with winning the lottery.
It's got to be. It's got to be. So, and with Mike Marraccini, so I think, now if I were doing this, I think I would want the judge to hear from Mike Marraccini. And
I think he's going to testify.
Yeah, and here's the biggest reason why. If you can pull up my screen, I want to show you this excerpt from the blog we were going to talk about today. This was on May 28th. I wrote that, obviously. I developed epilepsy from the repeated trauma at the hands of that ex-boyfriend, Michael Marraccini. All right. Now, look at this, what I found in her text messages to Michael Marraccini on May 1st of 2017. I had a seizure on Wednesday night, and I've never had one in my life. Didn't want to tell you because I didn't want you to worry, but it was horrendous. I thought I was going to die. I've never had one before. I hit my head so hard that I was knocked out cold for more than a minute. Apparently, that just takes the lawsuit into a new stratosphere. I really don't want to have a seizure again, so I hope they're resolved from that standpoint. But Joe Crotchet says, you don't just randomly start having a seizure at 26 if you've never had one before. So it's likely something that happened because of the accident. Now, we all know that she had a car accident in an Uber, and she sued Uber. And she blamed the car accident. She blamed the epilepsy on the car accident. But fast forward to her TED Talk that she did in 2022, she is now saying she developed epilepsy from being beaten by Michael Marraccini. And she got an order of protection against this man, who, by the way, the order of protection has screwed up his employment.
Yeah, that's what I was going to say. The interesting thing about that is it wasn't one on its merits. They agreed to a restraining order. I don't know if Gillespie was represented or not, but it might have been a scenario.
No, Marraccini was. It was Marraccini, Mike Marraccini.
He was represented.
And he was represented, and he spent an unbelievable amount of money, like over $50,000 for his defense. And it just, I think, because here's what I found out. I found out that I believe this is true, that she had pro bono help from a domestic violence organization, and his lawyer was out-lawyered by a couple of Ivy League lawyers that were doing it for free.
I see.
And so his lawyer, Mike Marraccini's lawyer, didn't have the entire internet at the time doing the research and the digging to find all this stuff, right?
Right.
Now we have it. Now we have enough to exonerate him. And I hope that happens. And I hope that he gets this protective order is still on till 2025.
Yeah. Correct me if I'm wrong. Was it Marraccini or Gillespie that had the restraining order that was stipulated to?
I can't keep I can't keep them all straight.
Yeah.
I think Marraccini's was contested. I mean, he spent like $50,000 on.
That makes more sense. Yeah. I was getting my restraining orders mixed up. So Gillespie
may have, but I'm not as familiar with his case as I am with Mike Marraccini's because we've just got so much more information from Mike's side recently.
Yeah.
In Gillespie's case, I don't know much about the order of protection because I've always studied the other lawsuit with him, which was the coerced abortion lawsuit. Yeah. So I know more about that than I do about the order of protection. I just kind of, what we could do? We could look up the justiceforclayton.com because they have all the legal docs in that case listed there. If you haven't been there, by the way, and you want to get caught up and just read on your own, justiceforclayton.com is the wiki that is set up for this. And you can click on the victims' names and you can go to there's a timeline of events and then there's all the court records and everything. So according to this, it looks like on August 12th, Greg filed an order of protection against Laura. And he alleged that she attempted to get him fired from his job in retaliation from breaking up with her. And that was the day after she filed a civil suit against him, alleging the abortion coercion, domestic violence, and intentional infliction of emotional distress. Okay, so now I know what happened. So she files against him for the abortion coercion, and he files against her basically like a counter suit the next day for an order of protection. And the judge just is too lazy to deal with this. That's what I think. And decided that nobody wins.
Right.
No, you didn't prove your case and you didn't prove your case. It's done. But that dragged on for a year before they got an answer. A year.
Yeah. And that's a year in litigation on something like that is not, just the threat of litigation. So you see how it affects Dave. Like I talked to him and, that poor guy, he's got a new baby coming out. He's having to deal with like these threats. You're going to sue me for $140 million. And, I'm just looking at it. I'm like, in what world is this not a meritorious, successful anti-SLAPP defense? And
Dave's in Tennessee. They have the strongest anti-SLAPP laws in the country in Tennessee.
Yeah. And so I just don't buy. There's no way. I don't look. I'm not an internet law specialist like Ingris. I just don't see the merits of a defamation lawsuit when there's so much of this that is out there. And when I ask the simple question, how much of this is bullshit? How much of this is legitimate evidence versus stuff that's been doctored by the cults of Dave Neal? And his response was the non-response, which means that, it's all kind of pretty much reliable. So
yeah.
On it and they're making opinions. That's not defamation, sir.
Let me show you Exhibit A in my lawsuit, my countersuit against David's defamation suit. You can pull up my screen. This is what I call Exhibit A from his own motion. Yes, Miss Owens made some misstatements along the way, including misstatements to third parties and at least one minor misstatement to the court. At least, Omar. At least. Then down here it says, nor do they have any effect on the paternity proceeding, except, of course, to the extent they bear on Ms. Owens' overall credibility.
Oh, that's a big one.
She lied?
She lied. And that's all we've been saying is that she lied. And then here, look at this one. Thus, even accepting other unfortunate but unrelated problems with credibility. Huh? What? What? Sir, you cannot sue me for calling an admitted liar that you just said has lied to the court, to third parties, has credibility problems. You put me in front of a jury any day. Put me up there. Exhibit A, sir. Exit your own words. This woman lies.
This case is too convoluted to be successful for defamation. Everybody has asked, as far as I can tell, is give me any evidence. Okay, I get you faked an ultrasound. Fine. I get the positive HCG test. I think it's not that hard to figure out that those are not the final indicator of a legitimate pregnancy. So, all right. And the thing with, all right, if you're okay, I want you to play Laura Owens. I'm cross-examining you. And
Okay.
if I was going to start,
I'm good at this.
All right. I'm going to start with the email. The one that she sent to Clayton about the tightness one. So she is, all right. How should I frame this? Miss Owens, isn't it true that you believe that your vagina is magical? Objection, Your Honor. Okay, question withdrawn. Let me rephrase. Okay, so you have admitted in this case, in these pleadings, that you altered an ultrasound, correct?
Yes.
Oh my God. What was that? All right, so you've admitted that you changed the name and the place, the location, because of you had your reasons for it, correct?
Yes, I didn't want him to know where I had gone.
And you said you didn't want him to know where you were getting the ultrasound because you thought that he was going to harass staff and employees, correct?
Yes.
All right, fine. You also said in these proceedings that you went to this place anonymously. Isn't it that true?
Correct.
Then would it surprise you to know that Planned Parenthood does not do it like that? They don't have anonymous ultrasounds that they just allow you to take. Did you know that?
No, they do. I did it.
Well, they say that they don't.
They're wrong.
So would it surprise you to know that on their webpage, when they have their proceedings, when they bring in new appointments, new applicants, they have to fill out their information, their name and their number so that they can be serviced for an ultrasound. Did you know that?
I don't understand your question. You're going to maybe have to rephrase.
Well, let me rephrase. So Planned Parenthood, on their website, they have a whole procedure about how they do their intakes. And in that procedure, part of it is you have to list your personal information. Did you know that?
I don't know anything about Planned Parenthood's procedures.
But you were a patient for them. Isn't that true?
Yes.
And you went and successfully had an ultrasound, correct?
Yes.
But the only one that's in existence is the one that you altered. Isn't that true?
I don't know.
Have you ever produced for this court, or can you produce right now? Maybe you have it in your phone. Maybe it was lost in your inbox. Can you show this court the actual ultrasound that was produced by Planned Parenthood, the one that was not altered, so that everybody could understand that why you were saying that you were pregnant at the time that you filed this petition?
I don't know. I think it was on a phone that I got rid of and I don't have anymore.
Hey, Laura, it's okay if you don't know the answer to that question. It's okay if the answer is no. Just tell me that you didn't have an ultrasound and we will believe you. It's okay.
I did have an ultrasound.
All right. So here's what I want you to do, because wouldn't you agree that it would be kind of silly for Planned Parenthood to take you in as a patient and not have any way to contact you and not have any way to get you the results of the ultrasound, to not take your information, have no ability to get you that? Wouldn't you agree that's kind of illogical?
I don't know how they do things. I just know that I went there.
So you have seen this ultrasound, the one that you're claiming was the legitimate one, have you not?
Yes.
All right. So where is it?
It might have been on my phone. I think I took a picture of the screen.
Where's the picture?
It was on a phone that I had, but I don't have anymore.
There's been discovery in this case. And isn't it true that you were asked to provide all evidence, all evidentiary, photographic, video evidence of this ultrasound months ago? Isn't that true?
Yes.
And you went over these questions with your attorneys?
Yes.
And you had an opportunity back then, even as, let's just consider, okay, you had it on a different phone. You had an opportunity and plenty of time to go and get whatever records you are claiming to exist from either the place that you got the images from or from wherever you might have had it stored. Isn't that true?
I signed a HIPAA release.
Well, in that HIPAA release, would it surprise you to know that nobody has recovered the ultrasound that you're speaking of?
Maybe not, because if I was anonymous, so maybe they don't have the record anymore.
No, they say that they don't have a record of you or anybody who had anonymously went in for an ultrasound because it's not their policy to do that. Weren't you aware of that?
No.
Well, when they came in, and I don't know if they're going to have a individual from Planned Parenthood to come in or not. But
Well, there is there's a signed statement. So we have the
they have no record of her and all of that.
they have no record, and so there's a statement that there are no records, and that she cannot have, or that you couldn't go there anonymously. That is there, and that's they have their two experts. One of Clayton's experts, actually was a director for Planned Parenthood and has made that statement in his expert report as well. But I do think this is exactly how this would go. This is exactly how she will answer these questions.
But it's not going to be credible. I want to continue the cross-examination.
All right, let's continue.
Okay. Miss Owens, you have stated recently that you believe that you were the victim of an essay, correct?
Yeah.
And I have to believe that must have affected you very deeply, correct?
Well, it was a technical essay.
Well, there was a hearing back in October, correct? You filed a petition for a protective order on October 6th, or there was a hearing for it on October 6th. Do you remember?
Yes.
Now, in that request for an order or for a protective hearing, you never told the judge, and you spoke to two of them. I forget the name of the first guy. Judge Duty was the second guy. But you told the judge all the reasons why you thought you needed a protective order against Mr. Echard. Isn't that true?
I did.
You signed a petition. It was under penalty of perjury. Do you remember?
Can you show it to me?
I will show it to you. Let's assume that I've showed it to you. Okay. Do you see here where you've written your statement of what you thought happened?
Yes.
And you gave testimony on October 6th to a judge at an ex-parte hearing, telling him all of the reasons why you thought that you needed a protective order.
I did.
And you promised to tell the truth when you were going to tell the judge that everything factually about why I need a protective order is contained in this petition. Do you remember that?
Yes.
Do you see that there is a box right here that asks you specifically, state every instance of domestic violence that ever occurred to you within the last 5 years? That's a thing in California. I don't know if it would have been in Arizona. Let's just pretend.
I don't know that I saw it at the time. I see it now.
But you had your opportunity, and at no point in your testimony or in anything that you've ever written did you ever accuse Mr. Echard of committing an act of SA on you, correct?
That's false. I told my sister.
Well, your sister is not here to testify, is she?
I told my mother.
And isn't it true that your sister has nothing to do with this case? She's not a part of this case as far as I'm aware. Isn't that true?
You'd have to ask my lawyer. I don't know.
Well, I'm asking you.
I don't know.
Okay, well, you know that your sister is not the judge in this case, correct?
Yes.
Your sister is not the respondent in this case?
No.
Right, she's your sister.
Yes.
And she's not on your witness list, isn't that true?
Yes.
All right, so it doesn't matter what you told your sister. So let's focus, and I want you to answer my question. When is the first time that you alerted this court to any instance of a sexual assault or an SA? YouTube rules. An SA.
In my deposition.
Okay. But you didn't do it in October when you had an opportunity to do so in a manner that would have allowed this court to do anything about it, correct?
I didn't want Clayton to get in trouble. I said that.
Well, let's go back to this email. Do you recall this email where you had talked about whether or not you were going to get an abortion and various aspects of your relationship with Mr. Echard?
You're going to have to show it to me. I don't know what you're talking about. I sent lots of emails.
Oh, okay. Let us do that. Hey, Dominic, where's the letter from the? You know what? Let me pull up your email.
Where's my monster drink?
We're doing this shit. We're doing this. All right. Where is All right, I gotta look for that email. I'm gonna pull up the thing. Pause.
Is it bad that I'm enjoying this so much? This is the most fun I've ever had. I love this.
I didn't expect to do this morning. This wasn't planned. This is completely impromptu.
This is fun.
Yeah. Oh, I got Dominic's invite link. I have
Oh, Dave's in the green room, by the way.
Oh, hey, let's bring in Dave.
Dave is joining us. Dave!
Did Megan Fox say this is the most fun she's ever had?
Uh-oh, I'm in trouble.
What? I'd like to quash that. Most be insulted here. How are you guys?
How you doing, Dave? The cult of Daver. We were just doing a whole talk about how you were the leader of the movement of Clayton Echard.
Wild stuff today. I mean, have you guys heard this Chase J. Jones story we've been covering?
Yes.
I have a second source that verified the phone number.
Oh, a second source?
I have a second source that verified
Shut
her
up.
phone number is attached in a separate non-YouTube way. In a separate way, somebody somewhere, which will of course be going through a legal system, will prove her phone number is attached to Chase J. Jones.
Unbelievable.
Somebody fill me in on what is the Chase J. Jones thing?
All right, I'm going to say this as quickly as I can. Chase J. Jones is a black man that was created to cancel Clayton Echard on middle October. We knew it was a fake person because it was they tried to cancel him for dancing to a song with the N-word. They also joined my Patreon. We subpoenaed Patreon, Google, and YouTube to get his identity. He quashed the motion, refused to go on a FaceTime with me to verify their identity. We knew all along it was Jane Doe, and it was proven with two different sort of angles due to like two-factor authentication that Chase J. Jones was attached to Jane Doe's phone number. So she created a black man who was a journalism student at Howard University to essentially cancel Clayton with press releases she sent through Chase Jones to
GTFO, man.
It was the biggest story that couldn't be cracked, even though we knew it was her. That now, and of course she denied it to me. And Chase J. Jones filed a motion to quash my subpoena. So so now also, and I believe that's federal. So in court documents, if she is Chase J. Jones, which it's looking like it is, that is a whole separate like federal issue, I believe. Like, what happens when you fake an identity in a court?
You know, I'm not sure what specific cause of action I would put into that, but that is a level of harassment that goes above and beyond the normal thing you would see. Hey, have you, Ileana, have you ever litigated a case where somebody's faking an identity for the purpose of trying to harass or bully somebody, like in a DV case or something?
Not that I can think of.
I mean, I've definitely had cases.
It would fall under cyberbullying, I would imagine.
Yeah, but like as a cause of action, like what would be like the specific one that has all?
I'm not sure there is one. I mean, she's really. Let's just be totally honest, guys. She is really good at just going up to the line where there is no criminality necessarily, including her threats of extortion. Because you know what we found out? What I found out through researching extortion in Arizona, that at least in the state of Arizona, you have to have a monetary amount of money that you are trying to extort from someone, or it's not extortion. You cannot, it's not extortion, I guess, to say, if you don't date me, I'm not going to have an abortion. If you don't date me, I'm going to be in your life for 18 years.
I was to go into that with your cross exam. We'll save that.
Okay. So I found out from the chat that my voice changer is not working properly. They can't hear it very well. So I will just do my best Laura Owens vocal fry for you. Okay.
Does she have the vocal fry like
she does?
Oh boy, What's our experience with the vocal fry? Hey, Dave, because of you, so my wife was kind of clowning me the other day. She's like, so you're the R&B lawyer, huh?
Yeah, you're the guy who gave me a tilted erection. That's what this is.
Dave told me immediately, he was like, I'm considering changing my sexuality for this man. The entire chat is over the moon for your eyeballs. I don't know what it is, Omar, but your eyes make the ladies go nuts.
Well, that was before he took his tie off. Now he's basically begging for it.
Once again, I've forgotten to do my tie. I literally told Megan before, I got to fix my tie. I just didn't.
I thought that was on purpose. You said, I'm even going to wear a tie for this. And then it comes out sexy undone tie. It's like, oh, well, I see.
And then my wife, she heard the live stream you did, Megan, and then she was like, you made something about dips. She called me. It's like, hey, what are dips? It's like, what are you talking about? No, dips. What are dips?
That's right. I said he'd look at him. He's painting a mental picture for the ladies in the audience. I was in the gym. I was doing some dips.
But isn't it funny, though? Because I've been in that scenario where you're listening to content and you hear your name being mentioned. I mean, I can't watch a video without my name being mentioned now. And like, it is kind of weird when it happens.
Well, it just happened to me like the first time when you did it, like a couple weeks ago. I think you were kind of mad at me because you're like, I have to explain myself once again. It's like, I don't know.
No, it's like
frustrating.
That's a senior on the football team, and then there's a new kid who wants to join the team. And I'm like, all right, I gotta tell you the whole playbook now. You know, it really is like I gotta retrain the new guy. But I mean, I don't mean that to insult your intelligence. It's just all like when we got on the phone,
I get it.
That's like a 40-minute phone call. Now, last night when I have this source come to me at midnight, it's a 30-minute phone call. Like I'm a human with only 24 hours. And, it's just wild. But
Dave, how many podcasts have you done too? So he has told this story on multiple podcasts that are over an hour long. So he's told this story so many times. I imagine it's just like when someone is like, start from the beginning, you just start to feel like, I can't do
when
it.
I was telling it on F That Pod this week, there'd be 13-minute segments where the person doesn't talk. And in the back of my head, I'm going, is this the worst episode anyone's ever listening to? And then people go, Dave, you killed it. I'm like, I don't even, because at this point, it's almost with stand-up, like you run the same set over and over and until it's like a really good story. And it's kind of the same here. When I go on certain podcasts, it's like, oh, you think this is good? Wait till you hear this. And it's all in the back pocket. And it's not fabricated. It's just, what version of the story do you want? Do you want the one where we get into Chase J. Jones? Give me 25 minutes. Oh, you want the fast version? Here's 30 seconds. It's all there. It's just like, how deep can we go?
That's what she said.
I don't know how you guys have so much time to, I literally, I'm going to try to stream once a week. I don't got time for that shit, man. I literally got like a whole practice. I'm doing trials and like you guys are like, she's on again. Jesus.
Right now, it's urgency. It's just a lot of urgency in the final 10 days right now, I think.
Well, and also, you have a practice. This is what I do for a living. So if I'm not streaming, I'm not making money. Well, it's a lot more fun. That is. Being a lawyer versus streaming. If I could pick between the two, I could tell you that one would be easier on the soul.
I think being a lawyer is really bad.
Yeah, I was just talking about Gingras. I feel like here's what I feel about him. Here's my opinion. I don't think that it's advisable the way that he's handling the whole thing with the blog post, the way that he's going in on Twitter. That just seems like they asked me the question, what do you think about his Twitter post? Like, it's really dumb to do that. Like, what are you doing? Like, you have a trial coming up on June 10th. Why are we talking about the case? Like, he should honestly have Laura under wraps. He should take her in the mountains somewhere and just stay off the internet. No Wi-Fi. Here's some good books. Let's read The Art of War. Let's read whatever the book, and just get your mind off of all of this. If you're so concerned about the bullying, and if we're going to stand on truth, we're going to win this trial, then we're going to prep for that. And you're going to tell your truth, and you're going to trust that it's going to be enough to carry the day. And all you have to do, as I was doing this mock cross-examination with Megan right now, is prove to this judge that you had a reasonable belief, despite the fact that as soon as you were pregnant with this HCG test, that you decided to file a paternity petition, which is, Eliana, isn't that like beyond rare?
It is.
Like, we have those cases, like, isn't it the case, like, most of the time, if we're going to court at all, number one, the orders aren't even going to take effect until the baby's actually born. But number two, you have to establish paternity for the court to even have jurisdiction to make orders to begin with. And number three, well, there might not be. What's the number three? Could we just make one up? But the point is, like, normally it's not a thing that we do. Like in the first month of pregnancy, we're going to do a paternity test. Let's just wait. Like, isn't there like an 8 to 12 week where we have to make sure we get you through this point? You're on prenatals to make sure that the baby's going to be okay and there's not a miscarriage, because
she would just make it up anyway. She would just say, I went to Dr. McCool and they gave me prenatals, and that she makes it up. I got a sonogram.
So here's what it is, right? You say, Omar, let's just wait. This is high pressure sales. The deal is done when you walk out that door. You buy it now or you don't. This is what it is.
Yeah.
Deal or no deal. Take the pill or not. In the next 3 days, I can't do it anymore. Will you do this? Everything is high pressure to her. She doesn't benefit from, hey, let's just ride it out and wait. No, when Clayton wanted to ride it out and wait, what does she do? She finds a way to make this, punish him in the press. Obviously, it backfires, but that's her game plan.
Well, and then she writes this bizarre email, that's the tightness one, where she's saying, hey, if you stay with me, then I'll get an abortion. Or no, she said, if you leave me, I'm definitely having this kid. And if you stay with me, I'm going to have an abortion. But I hope that once you're inside of me, that you will understand that, this was meant to be. And she's like using it as this coercive tactic, which is like beyond, I was going to say unethical, but it's not. It's beyond malicious.
You know what? What's funny is that I actually think, the way she tries to seduce Clayton, I imagine she would have the same set that you have with the smoky little. I kind of feel like I can imagine her with like the diffusers, like, come on over, baby, But, at that point, she's still trying to get the bag and get knocked up, or get the relationship going. So at that point, it's like it's not in the punish you, it's still the manipulate you stage.
But then, see, I read that email, and then you read that in conjunction with the other stuff, the other victims in this case, and it's the same pattern. Once they are wanting to walk out, then all of the trauma cues come in. I have cancer. I'm pregnant with twins. I'm going through this. I'm welcome to be a single mother. It's going to be very difficult. And I'll tell you what, I know you don't want to have this child. If you stay with me, I'll definitely get an abortion. But if not, I'm keeping it. I'm going to stand on my business, and we're going to have this kid. And I would hope that once you're inside of me, I couldn't get over. I had like a reaction.
I loved your face when you read that. But in Mike Marraccini's case, it's even worse. Like in his case, she tells him she's pregnant with twins. Then she claims she took an abortion pill, but it only knocked out one of them. So he thinks it's all done and it's been, it's over. But now she has to go get another abortion. This time it's surgical, and now an ovary has to come out. She keeps him going for months on this. And then she finally goes in to get the abortion, the surgical abortion allegedly, and the oophorectomy, which she now claims she never had. And then she tells him, but the doctor said he won't know if it was successful for another week. So I might still be pregnant after a D&C.
Limbo, baby. Put him in limbo.
Yeah, here's the thing. Like I was, that email aside, and she's talking about like, I want to explore intimacy. I just want to know if you're pregnant. Look, I need to know if I'm going to be a dad. I really need. And I don't think even Echard believed that ever, because the way that in that deposition that was just posted that they asked me not to share originally, but now if they're talking about it, I'm going to talk about it. He said that, look, I thought that maybe I was trapped by way of her inseminating herself. Whatever that means, I don't want to know. But he's like, is there a way that she might have done this and just offhandedly, now she's pregnant with twins? And when he says, all right, well, let's take the paternity test. Oh, no, I need a protective order because I don't want you to harass the medical individuals. But she's trying to have a relationship with them. And then all of a sudden, the email to me, it's like, oh, well, I was forced to have sex with him, even though I didn't want to, because we only knew each other for a couple of days, even though it's like 2024. And, it's not that disbelievable that somebody would, have like a one-night stand. Like, so it's irrelevant. But the point is, in that email, it was almost lost on me. Ileana made the point, but I was scatterbrained that day and I didn't focus on it. But it's like, she literally just said she hasn't had sex for 10 months. Ileana said that. And you're telling me that you're pregnant with twins. And you just said in court testimony that you have been SA'd. and that we had consensual sex, and it was a point of contention. And I wanted them in the October 23rd hearing to really go into the play-by-play. And Judge Duty was like, we don't need to have the whole whatever.
No, isn't that so infuriating?
Yeah.
Why would you lie? So just so you know where our headspace was collectively as we're looking at this in October, everyone was speculating on theories of how she could be knocked up, not that she was lying. So this idea that either she did the blowy and then kind of had a little bathroom maneuver. I mean, I can't tell you. I mean, Turkey Baster was trending on Amazon. All of these, but because people couldn't fathom that she was just making it all up. So I can understand how Clayton could have possibly believed it because everybody else was speculating like maybe he did get knocked up off a blowjob. Even I think Gingras provided like one weird article of someone who this happened to, randomly. Again, it was, and then her story became, no, that we were grinding after, there was a fluid on the lazy boy, something, whatever, the remote control, there's a whole story. And, so, I mean, just good-natured people couldn't fathom the lies. And I think Clayton was a good-natured person and he couldn't.
How old is Mr. Echard?
How old is he? He's about 30.
Oh, he's 30. If I was in my 20s or like 30, I could see being convinced or gaslighted into thinking that I had sex with somebody that I didn't think I had sex with. If I had an edible, which, by the way, I accidentally bought edibles. Well, not accidentally. I bought edibles, not thinking that they were edibles. Mm-hmm. They're like gummies. I have them right here. I accidentally gave one to my wife. I didn't accidentally do anything. I definitely gave her an edible, but I didn't know. I'm not familiar. I'm not that cool, man. I'm not a drug guy. So like I might've smoked weed. I definitely smoked weed in high school, but I had this edible. I didn't know the amounts, and I gave one to my wife, and I gave her like 15 milligrams of THC or whatever it's called, CBD. And she like had this moment, like, I think I need help.
I don't do edibles too often. But
I'm not a fan. I don't like the way I could, but I'll tell you what, when I was on an edible, my whole point in saying that was if it was edibles that they did, that didn't cause me to forget. If anything, it caused me to be hyper aware that I was like loopy.
Oh yeah, no. By all means, look, I love edibles. I mean, you sleep fantastic with a gummy. There's not an issue with your cognitive abilities. It slows everything down. I've played baseball with an edible before. Let me tell you something. I mean, people have pitched perfect games on edibles. It's like
Richards.
You go for a jog on an edible, your blood, everything's running smoothly. So no, I reject that argument. I mean, if he was drinking, it might have been a different story. It's a whole different thing. But anyway, it's just I understand why he was gaslighted because I felt gaslighted. I mean, a million times I was like, am I on the wrong side of the story? And I had to redo all the evidence. And even lawyers felt that way.
I felt gaslighted about it too. Like, oh my God, did I maybe make a mistake? Was this woman actually pregnant? Because people who lie like this lie about absolutely everything, and it just starts to wear on your sense of reality.
So I wanted to jump in with you guys, but I do have to take off. I did want to tease the hell out of the fact I just got a response from Megyn Kelly's producer, and I will share what was said on this afternoon podcast, The Rush Hour. So I
like that look on your face. I think you look happy. I can tell my little bro is happy. That makes me happy.
And I'm trying to think of any other tea I can give you guys, but the Chase Jones story, as far as it might not be the sexiest, but it could be that even on June 10th during this trial, it's not too late that it could be that even though I know you can't submit any new evidence, but it could be that this is the sort of just icing on the cake here.
You can submit evidence for impeachment purposes. That's always available. So if that's what it's leading to, then yeah, that could come in.
Yeah. So I know Gingras wants proof she lied, but unfortunately we can only provide proof she lied and proof she faked being a black man to cancel Clayton. So anyway, you guys are doing great work. Keep it going. I feel like I'm you guys got it. You guys got this party handled. So I'm going to go listen while I go get some other stuff done. But Rush Hour podcast for those, it'll be available in 2 hours. All right. And thanks so much for covering this case. I really appreciate you.
Hey, thanks for coming in, man. I just want you to know that I'm rebranding the cult of Dave Neal as the cult of truth seekers.
Nice. And
I love
maybe
it.
when next time I'm in in your area, we can do some dips together or something. Yes, I got that good puffy tricep thing going on. We'll see. We'll do a dip battle, me and you. We'll Megan Kelly will lose her mind.
You
I
got to
gotta go
do
somewhere.
squats because those short shorts. You need to up your
Yeah,
squats.
I'm wearing look at these guys. I mean, I'm like fully short. I've got the whole Whoa, I just fell. I'm wearing my bathing suit today because that's how my baby peed on me. So I'm like, you know what? We're just gonna go to the pool. If this kid's gonna pee on me, I'm gonna be
Bad. Oh, it gets worse. It's only going to get worse, sir. I can't save you from that thing.
But thanks, guys, and good luck. Have fun. I'll talk to you later.
All right, Dave. Have a good one.
Hi, Dave.
Bye.
Oh, that was fun, man. By
He's
the way,
so funny.
I can't do the squats. I can't do the regular ones because I have bad knees. I got to do the sissy squats on the machine. I still do them, but when I was younger in my prime, I made a comment to that like that when I was in my prime, and Melissa gave me like the weirdest look, like you in your prime. GTFO. Okay, we have to continue our.
All right, let's get back to it.
Let's do a cross exam. Okay, where did I put that email? The one.
I can't wait for this. I have all the answers.
Oh boy. I wasn't planning on doing a mock cross exam. Hey, Ileana, I want you to object this time. Last time I tried to do this with Kessinger, with Dominic, and he was like, hey, Dominic, you could list objections at any time. I was like, ugh.
So I'm going to object on...
Object to my questions when they're objectionable. Like, for example, the first one that led off with, isn't it true that you believe that you have a magical vagina that could somehow give you mental clarity? Objection, Your Honor. What the hell was that? Okay, let me get to the portion. I forgot why I was even trying to reference the email because I was questioning about stuff specifically. I lost my whole train of thought.
It was about the tightness email. That's the one you wanted.
Oh, where I was going. Okay, so let me just reread. If you either don't get back to me now or you have the final word that you don't want to date and choose the outcome of the pregnancy, we're 100% having. Okay. Miss Owens, isn't it true that you, in an email, asserted to Mr. Echard that we are 100% having the child and there is no going back?
Yes.
And isn't it true that you said that to him specifically, in quotes, if you either don't get back to me tonight or if you give me the final word that you don't want to date and choose the outcome of the pregnancy, we are 100% going to have this child?
Yes.
You remember saying that?
Yes.
So in essence, wouldn't you agree that you put the life of this child, this alleged child, in the hands of a man that didn't want to date you, essentially giving him the ultimatum? Date me and I will get the abortion. Stay with me. Or do I get that backwards? Stay with me and I'll get the abortion. Leave me and I'm definitely having this kid.
Objection compound.
I'll rephrase.
And I'm here like, what the
Where
hell
were you on
question?
that one, Ileana? I know. I'm literally doing this on the
You're
spot.
going to have to break that down, counselor.
Okay. So is it fair to say that you put the life of this child in the hands of Mr. Echard?
I wanted us to make a decision together.
That wasn't my question, though, was it, Miss Owens? My question was, isn't it true that you put the life of this child in the hands of Mr. Echard?
No.
But you told him, if you stay with me, I will get the abortion. If you don't stay with me, I'm having this child. You told him that, didn't you?
Well, I told him we had to agree to try to have a relationship because I was pregnant.
Miss Owens, wouldn't you agree that you did not just answer my question?
I'm sorry, I don't understand.
Miss Owens, let's try the question again. Isn't it true that you told Mr. Echard, if you stay with me, I will get an abortion. If you don't stay with me, I'm having the child?
Objection, asked and answered.
It was not. I'm the judge. Overruled.
He's overruling it. You can't overrule your own question.
Well, didn't she say like agreed already to that? She said that in the email. Like
I did.
You made that. Yeah,
okay.
she did.
Well, then I'll sustain it. The answer was yes to that question. Okay. Wouldn't you agree, Miss Owens, that that is an extremely coercive way to question another man insofar as you're trying to pause? Let me rephrase. Isn't it true that the intent of that question was to try to get Mr. Echard to have a relationship with you?
Well, I thought it would be best for the baby.
In what regard? Let me explore. Let me stop you there. Let's explore that comment. You thought it would be best for the baby. If Mr. Echard decided, okay, I'm going to be with you forever, isn't it true that according to that email, the child would be dead?
He hadn't made up his mind yet. He said maybe adoption, maybe he wanted full custody, maybe I would have full custody. We didn't have an agreement.
Miss Owens, don't you want to answer the question? You want to come, you want to answer my questions, don't you?
Objection argumentative?
Not really.
Overruled. So you don't want to answer my questions. Don't you want to tell the truth? Miss Owens, don't you want to tell the truth?
I 100% always tell the truth.
Okay. Well.
Always.
Okay, let me ask you the question again, and it's simply a yes or no question. Miss Owens, isn't it true? You just made a statement, and in your truth, you said that what you're doing was in the best interest of the baby, correct? You just said that.
And us. Our relationship.
All right. Isn't it true then, had he decided to take you up on your offer and remain in a relationship with you, that you would have had an abortion?
If that's what we agreed to.
Okay.
Well, I guess she understood the question.
So how in the hell?
I jumped on my lawyer.
This child. If this baby would have been dead, had he chosen to stay with you in the name of love or whatever?
Maybe, or maybe he would have, if he had given me a chance, decided that I would have been the love of his life and we would have a family.
Miss Owens, you said in your email, I have proactively worked to arrange prenatal paternity tests, multiple tests myself, correct?
I did. I even paid for it.
Can you provide this court, now that we are 10 months into litigation, with full batteries of discovery having been completed, with one verifiable test that you have not altered that will prove beyond not a reasonable doubt, just give you a reasonable belief that you were pregnant? Can you provide to this court a document other than the HCG test that confirms that you were pregnant with the child of Mr. Echard?
I have mountains of evidence.
Show me one. Show me a hill. Show me a foothill of the mountains that you've accumulated.
Objection. Where's my lawyer? He was being argumentative. That is argumentative.
You may answer the question. Overruled. You may answer the question. Highly relevant. Highly relevant. This is the core issue. Highly relevant. Answer the question, Ms.
I've forgotten the question.
Show me one document of your mountains of accumulated evidence that suggests that you were reasonably pregnant. That's other than the HCG test that you suggest in this email that you've taken multiple tests to confirm your pregnancy.
There's a sonogram.
Where is it?
I submitted it to the court. My lawyer has given it to you in discovery.
Isn't it true that your lawyer has given us all of the discovery, and not one of the documents that from your responses has there been a verifiable sonogram? Isn't that true?
No. Oops, I stepped on you again.
That's great personal knowledge.
Well, okay, let me rephrase the question. You're aware of all the documents that were submitted in discovery, correct?
There's been a lot. I don't know.
true. All of the questions in discovery were specifically directed to you. Isn't it that true?
Yes.
You were the petitioner in this case, correct?
Yes.
Not your sister, not your attorney.
No.
That means that all the evidence would have come from you, correct?
Or my doctors.
No. The questions were specific to you. All of the answers from the discovery subjected to you would have generated responses from you. Isn't that true?
I don't understand the question.
The question is, you admit that you have complied fully with discovery, correct?
I don't know your rules. I hope my lawyer has complied.
So your lawyer has requested of you responses from questions that came from, I'm playing Echard's attorney, right? From myself, that would have generated responses from you, correct?
Yes.
And you have answered all of those questions 100% truthfully, correct?
Always.
And you're aware that we have requested on numerous occasions one verifiable document of an ultrasound that would prove that you had a reasonable belief that you were pregnant when you filed this paternity test. Isn't that true?
I think so.
I need a yes or no from you, Miss Owens. This is serious. You have wasted this court's time. Let me just say this. You could object. I'm being argumentative now. I'm definitely being argumentative.
I know, but I'm getting lost between like all this that is so entertaining at the same time. Like, wait, I need to hear as the attorney.
If you're viewing this as entertaining, I want you to imagine that Judge Mata is going to be very curious about these responses. Any objections are likely to be overruled. Okay, but the question is very simple. You have complied with discovery, correct?
I think so.
Okay, because to not comply with discovery could potentially result in sanctions and terminating sanctions and dismissals of petitions, and all bad things could happen. You're aware of that, right?
I had to file complaints against former attorneys because of the bad job they did.
Your Honor, she's being non-responsive to the question.
I am not being non-responsive. They did terrible work.
There is an objection. Let the judge rule. That's okay. Ileana, rule on that objection. The non-responsive objection.
Well, it's going to be granted.
Yes. Sustained. It's the correct.
Yeah, it's sustained. Yeah.
I always do this to Ileana. I always put her on the spot. Hey, I say blah, 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 blah. Ileana, what do you think about that?
And I'm like, wait.
What?
I'm here like just watching entertainment.
Okay. So now that we've established all of that, Miss Owens, you have said that you've been fully compliant and in participating in this litigation. I give you a lot of credit for that. But in your mountains of evidence of your confirmed pregnancy, according to you, I just want you to point the court in the direction of a single document or other piece of evidence that confirms that you believed, with beyond a shadow of a doubt, that you were pregnant. And no fair talking about the HCG test.
I gave my attorney, who turned over all my passwords, to my care and online portals.
Fair enough. So you believe that you gave 100% of the evidence to your attorney, correct?
I gave him everything I had access to, but there are things that I don't have access to.
Do you see why this is a 2-day trial? Why this is like a 7-day trial and they're giving them 2 hours?
It's
Jesus.
a 2-week trial. It's a 2-week trial for real.
Because she's gonna pull this shit. And it's like, if I'm cross-examining,
she is going to pull this. She is absolutely going to pull this. I guarantee you. This is how she does it. You've seen the hearings, right?
Well, no, 100%. No, I get it, but I've never had an opportunity. When I cross-examine folks, see, we don't have these limitations in California. When I cross-examine folks, my trials take so long specifically because of my cross-examinations. Like I said, oh yeah, all we need is an afternoon, Your Honor. And I'm spending the whole afternoon on cross-exam. Well, I guess we're coming back tomorrow. And so, but yeah, I'm kind
of hoping that Judge Mata has already cleared her calendar for the afternoon because she knows. She wants to see this go on because she has the power to do that. She has the power to be like, all right, I cleared my calendar. We're still going.
I really hope she does that because 2 hours is just not enough. I saw that when Echard when both of them were pro per, this took like I think the Judge Judy gave him 40 minutes. It wasn't going to work out in 40 minutes. They didn't get to the most important parts of that evidence. But you know what? We're continuing with this exercise. What did I do with my page?
Bring it. It.
Yeah. Because ultimately, I feel like this is what everybody wants to see. They want to see her answer for this shit.
Doing a very good job.
I need to know what you're on about, Miss Owens, in this email. Okay. I apologize. I've lost my place.
I don't even have a Monster drink with me. Imagine how good I'll be when I have my Monster.
You know, I've shown Dominic, or I got like 5 hour energy, like on tap, like literally on tap. It's not called 5 hour energy, it's like X mode. It's like literally this from like a spigot. From here. Yeah, just shot glasses of 300 milligrams of caffeine. Let's go. It's a lot.
I don't think you need it right now.
No, I'm on pure adrenaline right now. I am so sleep deprived, and it doesn't matter because I am on. Mind if I pause to find the email that I thought I had up, and I must have closed it. Oh, here it is. Okay. All right. Miss Owens, you told Mr. Echard that you had arranged prenatal paternity tests yourself, correct?
Yes.
And you're aware that your petition for a parenting plan would not have been granted, but for some finding that Mr. Echard not only is the father, but you are actually pregnant with somebody's baby, correct?
Objection. Personal knowledge or knowledge of legal.
Your Honor, she doesn't have knowledge about whether or not she filed a petition that to establish that she had some kind of baby daddy. Overruled. You may answer the question, Ms. Owens.
But you can't be the judge.
It's all right. I have an answer for this. It's okay. I have an answer.
She doesn't know the law to
I know.
know.
I need somebody to be a judge. I'm just going to overrule all of your objections.
I know. Not fair.
It's all right. I have an answer for it.
All right. You may answer the question. If you know what the question was, you may answer.
I know that I'm allowed to file in Arizona without knowing whether or not the paternity of the child.
And you would have had the same ability to file that petition 6 months later, correct?
Yes.
And if you had filed 6 months later, not only would you have been further along in your pregnancy, but you would have more evidence of your established. No to what?
You're assuming that if I filed.
Like, what is that no for?
If I filed later.
I was not expecting a no.
That I would somehow what? How am I supposed to get a hold of him and talk to him about what we're going to do about these babies? I needed to know immediately because I needed to know whether or not I was going to have an abortion. And I can't wait 6 months. And he wouldn't talk to me.
Miss Owens, next time, please allow counsel to finish his question before answering.
I don't even remember what I asked. I don't know what that response was in response to.
I had to go into judge mode before going back into what's his name?
Sorry, Your Honor.
By the way, if anybody was a judge between myself and Eliana, it would 100% be Eliana. She keeps me in check. Like I sometimes go off the rails, and she's like the one to reel me back in. She's the responsible one of us too.
Responsible. Oh my God.
You have to, and also you really need to remember her facial expressions during her hearings because I'm trying to get those down. Whenever she's talking and it's her turn, like with her lawyer, her facial expressions are all like, "Oh, poor me," and then the second it's the other attorney, she's like,
exactly, emoting,
rolling her eyes and like just putting her hands on top of her head, like.
When I prepare my witness, I specifically tell them, listen, I don't want to see you making any faces. I don't want to see you making any gestures. You need to have a poker face.
Exactly. Poker face.
Her face, she does not have a
like
poker face. Poker face is how we got into this situation in the first place. But she does not have a very good poker face.
And
don't poker face, Omar. You'll be in trouble if you do.
Oh, I will do my best. Okay, Miss Owens.
Yes.
I'm going to step out of turn here and ask you to explain why you emailed, since we've confirmed that this is a legitimate email from you, Mr. Echard, the following, and we're reading it together. There really are only these two outcomes. So if you want to keep believing there's not a pregnancy or that you're not the father, you will be sorely mistaken, and it will be too late for us to consider. Well, run on sentence. Let's limit it to 8 words. There really are only these two outcomes. What did you mean by that, Miss Owens?
Well, there's only 2 outcomes for the situation. It's either abortion or keep the babies. There were 2 of them.
Okay. And just to confirm, you said that you were going to get an abortion if what result happened?
Well, we hadn't decided. He wouldn't talk to me.
And he didn't want to talk to you because he thought that you were trying to coercively manipulate him into a relationship. Isn't it that true?
Objection. And I can't think what the
How would I know what he said?
You go into the Dutch mode. I can't even remember what the question was, but I know it was objectionable.
It was objectionable because how would I know what he thought?
Yes.
Well, isn't it true that he told you he didn't want to have a relationship with you?
He said a lot of things.
But isn't one of the things that he told you that he didn't want to have a relationship with you?
He also said he wanted to give the babies up for adoption.
Isn't it true that he had told you previously, and one of the reasons why you sent him this email is because he didn't want to have a relationship with you?
He also invited me to his house for blowies.
Hey, Laura, do you want to try answering the question?
I don't understand the question.
The question is, isn't it true that Mr. Echard told you he didn't want to have a relationship with you?
He might have said that once or twice.
Isn't it true that the reason why you sent him this email was specifically because he didn't want to have a relationship with you?
No, it was because he wouldn't speak to me and have a conversation about what we were going to do about the babies.
And he didn't want to speak to you because he didn't want to have a relationship with you. Isn't that true?
I don't think so.
Well, why would you tell him that if you stay with me, then I'll get an abortion? If you don't stay with me, I'm keeping it.
Well, I was trying to have a conversation.
Were you trying to coerce Mr. Echard into having a relationship with you?
No.
Were you trying to coerce him into having a conversation with you?
I wouldn't use the word coerce. I just wanted him to talk to me because when you get somebody pregnant, you should talk to them.
Were you pregnant, Miss Owens?
Yes.
And you had just previously mentioned you have mountains of evidence to confirm your pregnancy, correct?
Yes.
Can you provide this court with one document other than an HCG test? In light of the fact that you faked an HCG test, and in light of the fact that you faked an ultrasound that confirms that you reasonably believed and actually believed that you were pregnant at the time.
Yes, I can. I did.
I will.
I'm gonna say from her attorney, please wait until he finishes his question before answering in case I have an objection.
Salient point from the judge over there.
But he's an idiot. And I have the evidence.
Okay. I'll tell you what we'll do. Miss Owens, do you have the evidence in your phone?
No.
Is the evidence in a Dropbox folder somewhere?
No.
Has the evidence been submitted to your attorney?
Yes.
Would it surprise you to know that I've looked over all the evidence and I haven't seen any verifiable evidence of a pregnancy from you other than the test that you have admitted to altering?
You're wrong. I saw.
Oh, I need somebody as a judge here.
Her microphone is too low. I don't hear her till it's too late.
Oh, Hey, Dominic, how's the sound on her mic? Is it okay?
I'm moving too, so.
Oh yeah, she doesn't have the same. She's got a softer
super soft voice.
Yeah,
it's okay. I fixed my headphones, so now I can hear you better.
Okay. Oh, you're wearing hair. That's pretty cool. How do you got earbuds?
Yeah, I got earbuds in. So.
I got like the old school 80s DJ beatbox.
I have those too, but it doesn't do well with my hair when I have my hair straight. So.
Oh, I don't give a shit about my hair, so I guess we'll go with it. It is not as important. Ileana, could you go back to the transcript? What was the last question that I asked?
I'm at work now too. So the last
you asked about would it surprise you to know that I looked at all the evidence and didn't find any verifiable evidence?
Okay. Let's just pretend that we got, okay, I'm done asking you about that. Here's my perception as an attorney, and you're answering that way. The judge knows what's up. You clearly don't want to answer the question, and the judge knows you haven't submitted any evidence. Matter of fact, the judge might pull.
Wait, I did though. I'll tell you what it is. You want to know?
Yes, I do.
I had an appointment with Mom Doc, and you have all those records, and they verified that I was pregnant.
Show me one.
It's in the Mom Doc records.
Okay. Time out. Is there Mom Doc records that confirm anything that I'm missing? I don't believe I've seen anything.
I remember Mom Doc, but I don't remember what they were.
What was the Mom Doc?
Okay. Well, the Mom Doc records were the only OBGYN that she went to, and she went there in November. And in November, so she self-reported a miscarriage to Mom Doc while she's there getting a pap smear. And so they wrote it in the records that she had bleeding and spotting a couple weeks before.
Was it confirmed as a miscarriage?
And no, they never did any confirmation, but they wrote it in the record that she reported she had this bleeding, and then they said it was probably a miscarriage.
Well, the doctors, they don't verify, like from personal experience. They'll ask you and you'll tell them if you had a miscarriage or not. They'll note it down, and then that's it. Because it recently happened that they have a way of verifying through blood test. It's just what you tell the doctor. So she could just self-report and be a lie.
So her attorney is going to rely on that, and then as an evidence of a possible, but they based it on information. Okay.
That she gave them.
Yeah. Miss Owens, let's talk about the Mom Doc stuff. I know that you submitted that, and I know that they has said that it may have been from a miscarriage, but isn't it true that they based it on information that you personally told to them?
My personal experience.
Your personal experience was that you gave them information for which to make a diagnosis of, correct?
I don't understand the question.
So you, when you went to Mom Doc, went to them for a specific purpose, true?
Yes.
And the purpose was what?
A pap smear.
Okay. And you told them that you had certain symptoms that you thought was related to pregnancy, correct?
Yes.
And they made a finding, says, oh, well, it may have been from a miscarriage, true?
That's what they told me. It was a miscarriage.
But what they didn't tell you is that you were definitely pregnant. Isn't that true?
How could I have a miscarriage if I wasn't pregnant?
Well, nobody told you that you were pregnant. They said,
yes, they did.
Objection. Argumentative here.
That voice, man.
I know.
They did too.
They did.
Okay. All right.
I'm going to judge, like, folks, let's calm down.
I know. You'd be surprised at how many times the judge tries to reel me in like that. And it's just, my cross exams are the best. I literally, my last cross exam I did, the last one in a trial, the guy that I was cross examining literally said, "I hate you."
You drove him to that point.
Oh, really...
Are any of your well, no, you do family court, so your stuff isn't live streamed, is it? That's too bad. I would carry that live all day.
It used to be for during COVID, and now, at least in Riverside.
Do they do that? Well,
they stopped doing it. They only do it's available, but only the judge decides if they want to live stream it. So
yeah,
most like 99% of the judges don't. I think right now only Palm Springs and like another court, because I listen to that while I'm working in the background, and yeah, I guess judges don't want us to hear.
Hey, what page of this email was talking about the tightness thing?
Oh God, you're still on that.
I've been trying to get to that.
Wasn't I like towards the end?
That's what I thought. I can't.
You had it up before.
I have it up now.
I think that's what she said.
That's what she said.
Sorry.
Totally Is it this thing? I don't know. My screen's doing something weird. Important promise. Do you realize how big of a deal? I would love to be a mom and want that in your future more. I think this was after.
It's like in the third paragraph. If you're looking for the tight comment, it's like 3 paragraphs down.
Clayton, I have prayed. Second paragraph, I have time to reflect. Third person, no person in the right mind. In addition, for photos, Scottsdale prenatal, of course. Oh, I would have never threatened to go to the media. I feel like when I read this email the first time, it was like on page 2. Now we have the abortion. If you don't got, hey Dominic, could you find me like a better copy of this email? I think I have like this thing on like a Twitter post, and I don't.
Hey, if anybody out there, I think Hey Bales or whoever is in the chat, you can send it to me on a Twitter DM too. I'll get it.
Yeah.
Because I know it's out there. I've got it all over my Twitter page somewhere, but it's probably buried. I mean, we laughed at that email. Oh, so hard.
Well, you got my reaction to it in real time. It's like we were talking about one thing, and then we're talking about how tired I am. I was like, "What are we doing?" I'm trying to find your email, Dominic. The one you had sent me that day that had like the full thing. Okay.
So I have the Twitter one.
The Twitter one. Okay, what date was it? It would have been 24th. So then there's this one you sent me that was real blurry, and then there's this one that was like a wiki image. I want to say it was probably the wiki image one. It's downloaded right now. Yeah, I did the same thing last time too.
Here, I've got it. I have it too, but this one is pretty blurry. Are you looking for the transcript?
Yeah, I think that was on Clayton'sJustice.com or the Twitter thing.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, I have it up right now. Okay, I think this must be it. So last time, yeah. All right, so you haven't given a choice. Photos. Come home tomorrow. Oh yeah, okay. This is kind of the big smoking gun. I feel like in this case it's the big smoking gun. All right, Miss Owens. Let's just assume that I'm giving you the benefit of the doubt. Okay. Isn't it true that you 100% believe and have represented to this court that you had consensual sex with Mr. Echard?
No.
Could you explain what you mean by no?
I told you what I said in my deposition. He put it in. I told him not to.
But you definitely agree that you have testified and you're representing now that his penis has been inside your vagina.
Yes.
And you guys have not had intercourse since you sent him this email, correct?
No, sadly.
Sadly. Now.
See, this is why I get so distracted.
I want you to help me understand in this email that you sent Mr. Echard, when you said, obviously, I would love to have sex in the future and feel like I am the safest person you could have sex with since I'm pregnant. But if you really think, wait, did I skip the tightness thing? I thought I found it.
It's after that.
Yeah. You said, I would love to have sex in the future. But if you really think that, like you said yesterday, my goal was to date and get pregnant during this time, we can absolutely hold off on it. However, it occurred to me that you might believe more about paternity if you were inside of me and felt how tight I would be after not having sex in more than a year. Miss Owens, what was the date that you sent this email to Mr. Echard?
I don't know.
Hey, what was the actual date? Wasn't it like, does anybody know? Was it like October? Wasn't, or?
No, I think it was way earlier than that. I think it was like
pre-petition, right?
Yeah.
Would have been in June. It's in June. You sent him this email in June, correct?
Correct.
All right. This would have been after the time you believe you would have been impregnated by him. True?
True.
And in this email, you told him that you have not had sex in more than a year.
Objection, no question pending.
Isn't it true that you told him in June that you had not had sex in more than a year, which by my math means sometime in June of 2022?
You're misconstruing my meaning.
Well, these are your words, Miss Owens. And so my question to you is that you told him that you had not had sex in more than a year at the time that you sent this email in June of 2023, correct?
Except for him.
You said that you were so tight because you had not had sex in more than a year. Isn't that true?
It's very true.
All right. And then you said, maybe then you'd believe that I hadn't been sleeping around. And again, you'd be doing me any big favor. Having sex with me is a privilege and not something I have done for a long time. Do you remember saying that?
Yes.
Okay. So help me reconcile why you would tell Mr. Echard that you have not had sex for a year, that you had not had sex in a long time, and tell this court that you did have sex with Mr. Echard.
Objection, compound, and argumentative.
Objection, overruled.
No. Compound.
The question was, explain why you told him that, given all the other stuff. You may answer.
Because he didn't remember.
What didn't he remember?
Being inside of me.
And why do you think that is?
He was high as fuck.
But you remembered, correct?
Yes.
You remember it all.
I do.
You remember his penis going into your vagina.
Yes.
Which would have canceled out your statement right here that I have not had sex in a long time, because by your words, isn't it true that that would have meant you just had sex like a month ago?
No, other than him. I was talking about other people. It's so clear.
Oh, Miss Owens, but you didn't say other than him. You said I have not had sex and you did not qualify it. Isn't that true?
Objection, argumentative.
Overruled.
I mistyped.
Super sustained. No.
I'm getting to him. He's breaking. I'm breaking Omar. Breaking Omar.
Okay. So Miss Owens, you said that he was high as fuck. Those are your words. Correct?
Yes. Correct.
High and edible.
Yes.
And isn't it true that he has throughout these proceedings maintained unequivocally that he has not had sex with you?
No, that's not true.
Isn't it true that he has never once admitted to having consensual sex with you?
That's not true. There were text
In what
messages.
world could you produce one?
I don't know, but I always say that there are text messages.
Well, once again, Miss Owens, we can't just conjure up evidence out of our imagination. We have to stick to the discovery that we have taken all of this time and effort and expenses to go through and obtain so that we might not waste the court's time with made up information. So once again, I ask you this simple question. Isn't it true that Mr. Echard has never at any time in these proceedings ever admitted to sticking his penis into your vagina?
I don't know.
Your Honor, I have no further questions for Ms.
You're drained.
Much like Clayton Echard after a night with Jane Doe, drained completely. She's exhausting. She'll exhaust anyone. She's exhausting.
Well, I mean, I'm used to that kind of style of cross-exam. I feel like, but like the goal is you're never going to get them to admit the things that are adverse to their case. And so you have to rely upon the absurdity of their responses so that the judge knows what's up. And I feel like Judge Mata in this case, in the way that she's shaped her decisions in this case, is putting both sides on notice that here's what's important to me. You have conjured up or manipulated evidence of pregnancy tests, HCG tests, or not, well, the one, and then the ultrasound. You've admitted to doing these things. You're already uncredible by your own admission. I need to know that there's any reasonable evidence out there that suggests that you believed you were, because it looks a lot to me to be coercion. Her coercing him into a relationship by way of fake pregnancy. It looks like that to her. I feel like that. She didn't have to write her last ruling the way that she did when she was keying in on certain facts.
Right.
So
I saw that too.
Yeah, that could have been just, look, he already withdrew the motion. The court has no further opinion. This motion was moot. But nope, she took the time to give
It was like four pages.
Yeah.
Just letting them know, like, I know the facts of this case. I am paying attention to this case. And you ain't going to get away with shit in this courtroom. And I really do believe that Judge Mata, you know, she is a mother. She has children. I have such a hard time I think Clayton got so lucky with a female judge, because if it was Judge Judy, Lord help us, with the guy who looks at his computer like this, Lord help us if he got him. But no, Judge Mata, on the other hand, she knows what's up. I get that feeling. Now, how is she going to approach it? I don't know. But I have very big concerns, Omar, huge concerns, that this trial is not going to happen on June 10th. There is going to be some, and I hate to even say it, but I almost wonder if she will attempt some sort of self-harm to stop it from happening. And
well,
I hope she doesn't either. But I mean, this is the sort of thing that's what her lawyer is setting up right now. That is what he is. He is signaling what's going to happen. I would be very surprised if this trial goes forward on the 10th.
Yeah, my initial thought when I saw that blog was posted that he was setting up potential damages for a defamation suit, but it doesn't make a lot of sense knowing how little meritorious evidence there is to support a defamation claim. He's setting up for damages. My thought, look, if I was representing Laura, I would sit her down and I'd say, look, you've told these lies that we've admitted. We're not going to overcome these lies. Here's what we should do. We need to settle. Mr. Echard has said, I think he said at some point that, look, I would have been willing to dismiss the whole thing if she would have just come clean and tell the truth, because I don't want anything bad to happen to her. And then I heard him say on the Kirk show, what's his name? Kirk. He went on some show yesterday and did an interview with that one guy. Who am I talking about, Megan? Kirk something. Clayton Echard.
Charlie Kirk.
Charlie Kirk. Yeah. So he goes in and says that, yeah, she opened this petition and I'm keeping it open because I want her to pay for what she's put me through. He said in so many words, basically that, and he tells a story. I'm not a really big fan of that guy. I'm not sure why he's
me either.
But I listened to it because of the Echard thing.
I thought it was a great interview though. And I think that Clayton was absolutely right to go on it, because Charlie Kirk has a couple million followers.
Yeah.
So again, like with this association thing, everybody's always upset about. I don't care who it is. I'd go on anybody's program if their audience was there. I would go anywhere and tell my story, because like Dave always says, I feel like I'm totally in control, and so is Clayton, of telling his story on any platform and holding his own. And he really did. He did a wonderful job on that show.
Yeah, he did good, and he was he was almost like boyishly innocent and just kind of telling his story and trying to relate what he's been through. And look, I did want to spend some time talking about, I feel like people don't think that I've given victims of this kind of thing enough attention. I want it to be known that I've represented many people like Clayton Echard that have been falsely accused of child abuse, of domestic violence, of SA, and for the purpose of keeping those people away from their children, and how it affects them, and the way that people will make up these false allegations to get the upper hand in a custody case. Is when really like 95% of the time what we deal with. I'm very sensitive to what he's going through, I represented people on both sides, and the damage that it does. It's so easy for a female to lob out an allegation like that. And ultimately, I feel like everybody's first instinct is, well, why would she lie about those things? Because most of us know people that have legitimately gone through that kind of stuff. And, you know, when Laura first came to me with this stuff, like, hey, if that really happened, that effing sucks.
Yeah.
And you got my full support. I want to look at the evidence and see where this is going, and I'll make my decisions then. And now I have looked at it, and there's some very obvious patterns of communication that she has when she feels that she's going to be left. Is that abandonment issues? Is it, you know, some other issue, some trauma response, or is it the result of a sociopathic, narcissistic individual that likes to manipulate people for their own purposes? I'm not qualified to make a decision one way or the other. I will say that the damage it does, and Mr. Echard had referenced that she had actively went to his employer to let them know what a bad guy he is, and done a bunch of other things. She brought this lawsuit against this paternity lawsuit against him to try to get a parenting plan. She went to the media to let them know what a bad guy that Echard was. She did a TED talk about another guy, about what she claimed was DV. I saw, and Megan, I didn't know what you guys are specifically talking about, but you had superimposed like images of injuries.
Oh, that's new.
Yeah.
That just happened. So she sent it to Mike Marraccini in text messages. She sent a photograph of herself in the hospital where she claimed to have been, she was stringing him along with the, I'm going to get an abortion. I'm going to do that. I'm going to get an abortion. And then she ended up in the hospital for some unexplained pain or whatever. And she said, they're getting me fluids so that I can have the operation tomorrow. Her, you know, abortion allegedly. And the picture that she sent is the exact same. And she sent that back in, I don't know, years before the TEDx talk. Same picture she used in the TEDx talk to say that that was after a night of Mike Marraccini beating her up. Where in the email, the text messages to Mike, it's, I'm in the hospital because I need fluids. I'm, you know, dehydrated and I can't go have the abortion until I get rehydrated. It had nothing to do with any kind of domestic violence. We found that yesterday. And speaking of people that she went to destroy Clayton, here's one that's very interesting. So here is an email. Let me show you this. So this is one where if she wasn't judgment proof, and I do believe that, I think she is. I don't think she has her own money, and I don't think that she is someone you can actually sue for defamation and get anything out of it other than huge legal bills. But if you want to pull this up on the screen, I want to show you this email. This is the email that Laura sent to the event organizers for Hope Conference, which is a suicide prevention event, right? And she emailed, this is diabolical. Now, this is a blurry email, but I transcribed it up here in the highlighted text. It says, this is what she sent to the organizers of this event that he was speaking at. I have been very scared of the future and lonely, and confided in Clayton on July 30th that I was feeling borderline suicidal. He chose to ignore me, knowing that if I hurt myself, I would kill his unborn twins. Keep in mind, she keeps telling him she'll abort them at any time if he just dates her.
Yeah.
I still have not received a response. The only reason I felt this way is because of him and how he has treated me throughout the process. He acted like I was ugly and not worth his time or effort to try to date despite our situation. She's not even ashamed to tell people that she's trying to force this dude to date her.
Yeah.
He has demonized me, been extremely demeaning, and has gaslit me throughout the process. Based on how he has treated me, he is the last person who is qualified to give a speech about suicide prevention and intervention when he doesn't even care if the mother of his children took that final action.
And Echard has legitimately lost gigs because of...
They fired him, yeah.
Yeah.
He didn't get this gig.
I agree with you. She's probably, I guess, judgment proof. I don't know what you're going to get out of her. I don't know what her finances are. I've heard or read that her parents have been funding the litigation. I don't know. There's others that have done deep dives on that. I have not looked into it at all.
Well, I mean, we think that they would have to be because the only job that we think she has is this horse trading, buying. It's basically like flipping horses. You buy a horse that's on the way to the glue factory, and then feed it some and get it back to health and then sell it to somebody. She appears to do that, which is a perfectly, legitimate thing to do, but it's under her, I believe her parents own this operation.
Yeah.
I don't think anything is, I don't know if anything's in her name or if she lives on her parents' property. There were reports in Mike Marraccini's text messages. There was some talk about her dad paying her, $250,000 a year for unknown work. I don't know what work. I don't know.
What would you think would happen to you if your parents gave you $250,000 a year just as an allowance in your 20s, and you're like, just go live your life. Here's 250 grand. How do you think that would have affected your character?
God, I can't even imagine it. I don't know.
I could tell you 100% I would not be a lawyer. I'd be living in Spain somewhere, or I don't know.
Right. Like just screwing around, like just partying. But I don't think I would be taking guys to court. I'll tell you that much. Like, I think there's something else here that it goes beyond the spoiled thing. Like, there's something else. Because if my parents handed me $250,000 a year, I think I'd be enjoying my life. I think I'd be out there, like you said, traveling, seeing things, going to parties, having a good time.
Malicious about the way that she is carrying on with this. And if I was her attorney, I'm sitting her down and trying to negotiate my way out of a June 10th trial. Say, look, we will admit that we weren't 100% certain about a pregnancy. We had an HCG test. Did I use that to manipulate and coerce you? Yes. And for that, I'm apologizing for that. And, I filed this petition in good faith, but I recognize that my communication was destructive and that it's affected you greatly. And to that, I apologize to the court. I apologize to Mr. Echard. But I think that it would be in everybody's best interest to just kind of move on and acknowledge that it's damaging when you communicate in certain ways to men and place them in a position where they're forced to contemplate whether or not they're the father of a child, and using them and their desire to date you as a weapon. You're weaponizing children in a way that is not beneficial to anybody, and in some respects may be criminal. If she would have come out and write some kind of a statement of that, which I don't know how much of that she would ever admit. But I would.
Well, she's been given the opportunity. She's been given the opportunity to do that. Lexi Linval left the case because Lexi tried to get her to sign a settlement statement.
Right.
Clayton offered to her that basically, said, admit that this was a fraud, that you were never pregnant with Clayton's twins, admit that you need to get help, and then go do that. And I won't sue you, and I won't do any. Clayton has said this. I won't come after you. We will be done. This will be over. And she has refused multiple times. She has gone through 4 attorneys in this case. And I think she's lost 3 of them because she would not do the thing she needed to do.
I can tell you that she would have probably fired me. There's no chance she would have kept me as an attorney. I would have been out alone. I would have been one of the fired.
Mm-hmm. Well, she's finally found an attorney who is dirty enough to, get down and do whatever he needs to try and get her out of this. And I think he's actually made it much worse.
Yeah,
and
100%.
she cannot see that. She thinks that finally there's someone who believes her and is helping her. But truly, I think he's doing it for the attention, to get his name out there. I don't think he cares about her at all. And I think that's really unfortunate, because anybody who cared about their client would say it's time to stop this, just like her previous 3 attorneys tried to do. And then when they can't get her to do it, the right and ethical thing to do is step off that case. And he has not done that. And he is telling everybody, I'm going to be here till the end. And he wants to do appeals. He wants, I think he sees a payday here. I think he sees a way to get himself mentioned and possibly on Megyn Kelly and get back in the press. He loves the press. He's been on Dr. Phil before. He defended thedirty.com, which was very controversial. He's defended guys who did revenge porn. He's not exactly the kind of lawyer who has any scruples, really, that I can tell.
Exact word. Scruples.
I've really never seen a lawyer behave this way. We always tell jokes about lawyers like this, but I've never known a lawyer to be like this. I've never seen one behave like the stereotypical lawyer joke, you know? And it's unfortunate because I think she's fallen for it hook, line, and sinker, even though since he entered this case, Omar, before he entered this case, when Corey Keith stepped off the case, we were all just waiting around until June 10th. And that was back in March. Where we're like, well, there's going to be no story till June. And like, I went back to doing my other stories. I was working on a What the Hales case. I was working on a Florida case. I was working on other cases. I was working on a Georgia case, medical kidnapping. I've got several of those in Georgia that I haven't been able to pay attention to because this guy comes in like a wrecking ball and suddenly is filing all this crazy shit that makes you know what he made us do? He made us go back through all the evidence we had that we had kind of skipped over.
Right.
And we found all this other stuff because he started throwing out these insane theories like the vanishing twin syndrome. Oh my gosh. I mean, that just brought it all to a whole other level. He has made this so much worse. He is the one that caused Mike Marraccini to turn his laptop over to a forensic evaluator. It was him. It was him posting Mike's photo on Twitter and his deposition transcripts and insinuating that Mike Marraccini is a liar. Mike was like, oh, screw that. And he said he was willing to turn his laptop over. So we did a fundraiser. We had that money in 4 minutes. 4 minutes is how fast it took Reddit to raise that money. 4 minutes. You
cannot incite the people like that. You cannot like call out people like David Neal, who is a comedian. You're not going to win a battle of words with that guy. He's going to win every single time. Gingras is a lawyer. Neal is a comedian. Advantage him a million times over.
Yeah.
And it had, look, I understand it's affected Dave, and Gingras has had his back and forth and he's threatening all of this stuff, but you're right. His community, Dave's community, went through all of this other stuff, all of these 11 years of evidence by Mike. It was in from like 2014, that timeline, and like is calling her out for all of this other stuff. If anybody is guilty of inciting this movement of people supporting Mr. Echard, Gingras is like at the top of that mountain. I would not have ever covered this case had it not been for them reaching out to me.
See, that was the other thing. So you said that, and I was like, oh my God, that's like the third huge thing that's happened because of this guy. Like, he doesn't know when to stop, and he thinks he's doing PR work for free. He better not be charging her for this PR work because it's terrible. He's making all the wrong decisions. His PR is just awful. And now by posting Clayton's deposition on YouTube before the trial even happens, I'm sorry, but I can't wait till Judge Mata gets her say about this guy.
And that's the other thing. Like they sent me that a week ago and asked me not to share it. And it's like, okay, so I'd never talked about it, but I don't understand why they think that is somehow an admission by Echard, other than to say that, yeah, I know she took a test, but I have my suspicions. I thought she like tried to trap me by inseminating herself. It like supports the story that he's tried to say all along. And kind of puts the ball back in her court to give the court any indication that this was legitimate and not for malicious purposes. And those emails, the one that we just went over back and forth, and the whole, I spent so much time talking about the aspect of, if you date me, then I'll get an abortion, or abortion. If you leave me, then I'm having the kid, is because it was manipulative and malicious and designed to coerce him into forcing a relationship with her.
It should be illegal is really the problem. It should be illegal. Yeah. And we don't have any laws that protect men from this type of behavior. And if you ask me, extortion laws ought to be tweaked to include non-monetary advantages, right? So if you are seeking an advantage over someone using threats or coercion, and in the actual she may be guilty of it, but so far the prosecutor is not interested in it because she did go after jobs. So she did cost him income. So that is a monetary value, but you have to go past $100,000 in Arizona for it to be extortion. I don't know. How does he add up how much money she's cost him with the bad PR that he got after this? How many jobs did he lose? How is he going to know? How many people just didn't reach out to him to hire him for certain TV shows or whatever because of the bad press that she did? We will never be able to calculate that number. And what he really needs, what really needs to happen in this case is that a prosecutor needs to get interested and actually try to find out how to apply the laws that already exist to this case.
Yeah, I agree with you that extortion should not be limited to monetary purposes because it's obviously been a thing for hundreds of years now. And it's well known for those that have prosecuted or defended people that have been accused of these things, how women could make up stories and how it damages people with legitimate claims. And I keep hearing that back and forth. Like, what about all the people that have legitimate claims where there's literally no malicious, like, this is just what happened to me. It's like, oh no, well, why did you dress like that? Or what was your intent when you said this, this, and that? And were you thinking when this happened? And then they vilify the victims. And now you're looking at these people cross-eyed. Like, literally, I've lost the ability to show empathy for people that cry in court because of how often it's overused. Like,
you gotta watch that video. You gotta watch that video I sent you because you're gonna laugh. It's so insincere and fake. It just is. It's just any other mammal can look at it and go, that's not normal behavior.
I'm gonna pull it up now. I think it's a good time to do that. All right, this is her. Hey Dominic, how do I share my screen?
Down the bottom, present.
Oh, I see it. Presents. Okay.
Just make sure that you don't do window, that you do, when you do present, that you go to share screen and then go to your browser tab, not window.
Browser tab. All right. So there's, oh, here we go. It would be the one that says this one. Okay. Pow. All right. Could you see it, Dominic? Yep. Okay, cool. Let's play it.
My name is Laura Owens, and I know that before I even started this video, people on Reddit, just by virtue of the fact that I'm speaking up for myself, have started threads about me where they're critiquing my looks, where I'm becoming a meme. And content creators like Dave and Steve are happy because they have something to talk about on their podcasts and YouTube channels tomorrow. So they have all of that. And what I have is what I feel like no privacy anymore, no reputation, no name. And this is by no means a cry for help. I'm not suicidal right now. I'm not at all. I just feel like it's important for me to speak out and say that this is how I'm feeling as a result of what they've done to me. And this is how it looks like if you've been cyberbullied, as I have and mischaracterized for months. Since I became pregnant by The Bachelor, there were two men who I have restraining orders against who contacted that Bachelor, who contacted content creators, and they decided that it was free game to talk about my past. They said that I had done this before, and in saying that I had done this before, they meant that I had been pregnant before, which I have. I've been pregnant twice before, which is something that I really didn't want to come out because I thought people would judge me for it. And people have already, I know they have. And I did have 2 abortions in the past, but was not their right to say that. Like, I wasn't ready for that to come out. And I've been really, really harassed for it. Dave has made more than 50 videos and more like podcast content than I could possibly count talking about me.
There's the eye poke.
I saw that.
He specializes in Bachelor content, but what he's talking about has nothing to do with The Bachelor. It has to do with me and my past. It's shaming me for it. And it's like, I feel like anything that like anything in my life that I was like embarrassed or ashamed of, like these 2 prior abortions have just been brought to light and have been like just things that have helped him monetize the channel. I've been called every name in the book. Steve has called me a dumbass. Fucking moron. He likes to say my full name when he refers to me. And Dave is... I couldn't even know where to begin with Dave. He said he would stop talking about me for $10,000. No, he wouldn't stop talking about me for $10,000, but then he would for $1 million. And he said that since he started to talk about me, that his monetization on his YouTube has gone up 4 times. He says this on his live Patreon, which I have recorded, and then he denies it later. I've begged him to stop talking about me. I've threatened him with defamation lawsuits. Nothing stops him. And he keeps teasing that he's going to talk about another event where it gets crazier, as he says. Because he found out about literally the worst thing that can happen to the person that happened to me in March of 2022. I really don't want to talk about this. But he said he's going to talk about it if I don't. Well, not if I don't, he's just going to talk about it. He didn't say that, he's just going to talk about it. And it's better for me to get my side of this out. For me to tell the stories, and that's the only control I have anymore over it is me telling it before he does on his fucking monetized channel.
All right. So in all of that, not a single tear was shed.
Nope.
That I could find.
I think she may have had a little bit of wetness after the eye poke. But
yeah.
if you notice, she kept digging her fingers in here and pulling it down.
Yeah.
Like, and trying real hard to squeeze that out at the same time. Like, she kept doing this. And also, it took almost the entire 6 minutes to get one sniff. I counted the sniffs, and there was only one, and it was almost towards the end. So it's just, she's not actually crying. That's like what we saw with Amber Heard on the stand.
You know who does that? My daughter does that. My 4-year-old. When she doesn't get, hey, what are we having for dinner? Well, we're having, I don't know, chicken and rice. I want spaghetti. No, you're having what we're having. Mommy doesn't love me. She'll go in a cry face. Like, Oh,
It's hard to watch. It's hard to watch because watching an adult have a tantrum like a toddler is really uncomfortable.
you know how many times I've seen stuff like that, Megan, on people. Eliana, how many times do you see people with that same exact?
All the time.
The same exact vocal fry at the opportune moments, the same exact exaggerated throat
The
noises.
quick change between like crying a lot and then all of a sudden.
And then you caught that. You caught that. She's all up here like this. No, he didn't really say that. He just said
exactly. And
that was a big switch.
What is that? I don't know how to call it, but she goes like that, like she can't breathe. Years or no sniffling, like that doesn't match the level of crying that she's showing. I don't know.
I think that I would just, Laura, enough of this. We got to get her out of the behind the cameras. We need to stop her from talking about this case. She needs to stop paying attention to everyone's looking to or writing about her. And we need to settle this. You need to come clean about some stuff. You've already admitted to certain things. I feel like she's maybe getting there. Maybe inevitably you're right. On June 10th, we're not doing the trial because this is not a winnable case for her. I mean, what is she to gain from this? By not settling, let's just assume that the judge is like, look, you did all of this stuff, but maybe it's reasonable. I'm not sanctioning everybody go home. We're still going to get to the point where we're still talking about this till June 10th, and people are dissecting the evidence. There's a lot of benefit and a lot of redemption that happens when you come clean and just say, look, I fucked up. I need to work on myself. I have some insecurities. I behaved in a way that's reprehensible and regrettable. I apologize to Echard and the men that I've vilified. I'm going to learn from this. Hopefully, I can only hope that they will forgive me for the way that this has gone. I never meant for everybody to be hurt. I can't take back what I did, but I can work on myself in the future. And I feel like at that point, then maybe the men say, you know what, that's all we ever wanted. And then we hug it out and go home. It's like on the schoolyard, getting a fight and like you're having like this karate war. I'm talking about my own personal. When I was like 7, I had this karate war with this guy and like for all of recess. And then one of us got punched in the face, like at the same time. And then we're like, oh, ouch, that hurt. All right, we're friends again. Let's go play dodgeball, whatever we did. That's just how it is. I think that's all. People just need some acknowledgement. Just stop with all of this nonsense and let's find a way.
She's had that chance and she refuses to do it. And I hope she does, because frankly, that's the only way forward for her. And I've been saying that with, at the top of the show, we talked about the others drama going on in LawTube and my friend who's caught in this really bad situation with an arrest and everything. And that was my advice to him too. You have to be honest. You have to be honest about your problems, about what has gone on, the fighting, the denial. It's only going to make it worse. You're only digging the hole deeper.
Yeah.
You gotta come clean. And that's my advice for everybody. Anybody going through any kind of situation like this, if you're not living honestly, you're going to have extra stress, anxiety, and problems. So try desperately to cling to honesty and be honest as much as you can, even if you fucked up. Like so come clean. So say you're sorry. I did it the other day, because when I first found out about my what happened to my friend, I found out on a live stream, and I said some things that I was in shock. Yeah. And I said things that people took the wrong way, so I had to go and apologize and say, you know what, I was in a state, and people say the wrong thing. I still to this day don't know what the right thing is, but I do know that there is relief in honesty. I know that.
Yeah. The unbelievable weight of litigation. I mean, it weighs the heaviest on your shoulders. I mean, Dave felt it at the mere threat of a lawsuit that he knows is not meritorious. He still feels it because, thinking about being to defend yourself in court in all the ways that people might disbelieve what you're saying and believe the other side, and thinking that your whole livelihood might be ripped from you, regardless of how unlikely that is going to weigh on anybody's conscience, regardless of how much they believe in their case. And Dave is feeling that. I feel like a lot of people in this case are feeling that. Echard has felt that. And since this case has been opened, since his name has been put out there and he's lost employment opportunities. And now Owens, I must assume, is starting to feel it, there's a real easy way out. You just have to come clean.
Just come clean. People have such a wide, there's going to be a wide berth for her to birth is the wrong word. I didn't mean it that way, but BERTH. There's going to be a lot of room for her to just say, I didn't mean to do this. I shouldn't have done it. I made a mistake. People are forgiving, even with all of what's gone on here. And I do want to say that all the teasing that we have done that she is so upset about, right? One of the reasons why we've done it is because when someone becomes belligerent in their lies and they will not come clean and someone else is suffering, Clayton, for instance, is suffering because of these lies. The thing I learned from a little book called Rules for Radicals by Saul Alinsky, the number one rule number one is that ridicule is your most potent weapon when you're looking in social change, right? When you're trying to change things, whether in your culture or in your community, that ridicule is the most important weapon you have. I actually write about that in this book quite a lot. This cover, if you notice, the librarian is holding that book. That's Saul Alinsky's book right there, Rules for Radicals. Because he wrote this book that is really very effective for small groups of people to make big change. And one of the ways to get that, the very first thing is to use ridicule as a weapon to make that change. And it's a fun way and a non-malicious way, right? It's not Dave and I have been poking fun, writing hilarious songs on AI, because eventually you hope that eventually the pressure of people laughing, not throwing stones, not calling her. We've always said, do not call her, do not contact her. This is not someone, you do not want to behave that way. But us publicly having a laugh at this situation, at the absurdity of what she's doing, you hope that pressure will cause the right thing, the right action to happen, right? That's what you ultimately hope for. But on a serious note, and this is America, by the way, and this is the land of raucous free speech.
Mm-hmm.
And if you don't understand that, you shouldn't be on the internet. Get off of Reddit if you cannot take the memes. I've had memes made of me. God, I love the memes people make of me. I laugh so hard. Even the mean ones are funny. Like I enjoy it. I think it's fun. If I've done something stupid and I end up on a meme, oh well, I know I'm on the internet. It happens.
You know what my first introduction to you was? The
What?
first time I ever heard about you, Dave had mentioned you, Megan Fox, like, Megan Fox, who is that? Megan Fox. And then I went on your live stream, and the first thing that I saw of you was like this 4-minute introduction of you like dancing around and stuff.
Yeah.
Like, what the fuck is this shit? I'm like, looking at it. It was like, my wife's gonna walk in. She's like, what kind of weird porn is this?
Oh my God. Yeah, that's the 3-minute intro that everyone keeps saying. Every time they say it's too long, I add 30 seconds. So that
was my introduction to you. I saw like the clips of, there's like Tucker Carlson. She's like a legit person.
Yeah. I mean, I work at pjmedia.com. Which is a conservative news outlet. I've been writing for them for the last 10 years, I guess. Before that, I did some freelancing for another conservative outlet. I used to write a whole lot more about politics, and in 2020 I stopped caring about that. So I started focusing more on, and I have always covered family cases, court cases, and court corruption and family law, because I do believe that it is the wild, wild west of our judicial system, and our family law system can be really unfair for a lot of people, especially because when you're dealing with CPS, for instance, in the juvenile cases, you're getting charged with criminal activity, right? You're being charged with child abuse and neglect. And yet somehow they manage to not charge you criminally, so you don't have your rights. You don't have the highest burden of proof, which is, beyond a reasonable doubt. Instead, you're stuck at this civil level answering for criminal charges, but the judge just has to believe it happened 51% more than it didn't. That to me is tragic. They also allow hearsay. They also you just don't have any rights in those courts. And the press can't get in. I can't get in to see what's going on. I can't, the public doesn't get to witness these trials, and parental rights are being taken away without an actual public trial.
I literally have a case right now where a guy has been forced to be on supervised visits for like 4 hours at a time on a Saturday because mom said that the little boy who is non-verbally autistic made reference to dad was showing me penises on the internet. It was investigated by CPS and law enforcement to no avail. Yet, because we haven't concluded the litigation in the family law case, he's, for the last year, been on these supervised visits, and the judge will not allow us to go forward without all of these extra investigations. So already been investigated by CPS, already investigated by law enforcement. Let's just do a 7:30 eval and subject this kid to more interviews. I don't know.
Yeah, but guess who gets paid? Guess who gets paid?
The county is getting paid for sure from all of them.
So are all of the evaluators, and they're making huge money. They don't want to let go of the case, Omar, because there's more money to be squeezed out of it. And that is the corruption. That is the corruption that I have been reporting on for years and years. In Georgia right now, there is an absolute, we'll have to talk about this at another time. I would love to come and talk to you about the medical kidnapping cases in Georgia that are going on with the same child abuse doctors in all of these cases, misdiagnosing infant babies who have rickets or some underlying bone disorders with child abuse, and having these newborn infants taken away from their parents. And this is in more than one family. There are, I think, 3 of them now in the same hospital, same doctors, who the kid probably has Ehlers-Danlos syndrome. Parents test positive for it. Kid test positive for it. Doesn't matter. Judge still sides with the child abuse pediatricians who don't know shit about anything. They don't know shit from Shinola. They don't know. They're not a specialist. They don't know what Ehlers-Danlos is. And they will just continue to say, oh no, this baby was definitely drop kicked. It's not that she has brittle bone disease. She was literally, I'm not kidding you, fucking drop kicked is what this doctor told people, that someone took a 3-month-old baby and drop kicked her across the floor. Come on now. I've interviewed these parents. There's a huge outcry in Georgia right now. Senator Ossoff is actually investigating their DCF there because it's so bad. There's been 2 press conferences. I actually have to cover the latest one. I just got it in my inbox today. There's a new press conference about all these families that have been targeted by Georgia DCF. It is sick. And at the same time that they're targeting good parents who have not abused their children in any way, they have lost over 1,000 children in foster care. Don't know where they are. No clue.
Jesus. Wow. That's like, I talk all the time. It's funny. I have one of my sister-in-law works for CPS, and I tell her, like, every time she comes over to family, I'm so fucking pissed off with CPS and your people, man. You guys are pissing me off to no regard. What you just described, I don't want to talk about my own cases too much, but I see it all the time. Just how these allegations always end up in somebody being separated from children. They're supposed to rule in the best interest of the children. Ileana just stepped out, otherwise I'd ask her, but how many times have we presented evidence which would seemingly to a reasonable person exonerate the person being accused of something, and the judge is like, yeah, well.
Because the judge has, I think it's because the judges in these particular courts, now correct me if you think I'm wrong, because I know you can't talk about the judges in your particular district, but from what I've seen, the judges are very close to the CPS people. They work with them every day. right? They're always in court. And they are also very familiar with the child abuse pediatricians because they're always the same ones that come in.
Yeah.
And all of these people work for the state, including the judge. The judge, CPS workers, they all work for the same place. They're all buttering their bread with the same knife. And so when you come in there and you're just a private attorney, right? And you're not at the water cooler with these guys all day long. And you're not you didn't go to the judge's fundraiser or whatever it was. And he's been working with these guys. He doesn't know you.
Right.
But he does know all of these people. And the judge is kind of like, well, I'm going to go with the child abuse pediatrician I know because I don't want to have a dead kid on my hands. And it's not going to be
What the first time you experienced that as a practicing attorney is really disconcerting. I remember one of the first cases I ever had. I'm literally like maybe 6 months out of law school, and I'm representing this client, and they're trying to increase his bail, and he's trying to make these arguments about how he just needs it reduced so he's trying to make some kind of a bail argument. And when I was presenting my argument, there was like literally like a dozen DAs behind me, like in the audience, like snickering when I was like trying to make my arguments. And like I was making my arguments, like I could hear in the background, oh my gosh, it's just endless. It won't stop. And like, aside from the DA that I'm actually arguing with, and then the judge who is in the same courtroom with these people every single day, you feel outgunned. Like there's no winning. It doesn't matter what I say. They're clearly taking a position here, and they're going to make a ruling no matter what I say. It really shakes your confidence as a young attorney. You have to learn how to deal with that and what's the correct way to combat it. And there is a way, but when you're experiencing it for the first time, especially when you're a parent going through it, it's like the Kowalski case. And all of the things that happened to her, she had like a legitimate diagnosis, and this one effing doctor or CPS or whatever it was decides that
Sally Smith. I have a button for her. Every time I say Sally Smith's name, that's the button that comes up on the soundboard. I covered that trial. I live streamed it. That trial was unbelievable. I have a connection to Greg Anderson. He came on my YouTube channel. I got the first interview with him after that case. I got the exclusive for the YouTubers on that one. It was really fun. We found out that they had been watching our coverage and actually taking advice from us, which is hilarious. Like we would see things that they didn't see, and then they would go in and ask it, and it was fun. It was like crowdsourcing a case. And we didn't know though until after the trial was over, because we had no clue. They wouldn't respond to us at all. I sent press inquiries, and they just, because they're good lawyers, and they didn't respond. But no, I've had a wonderful time getting to know Greg Anderson. If you ever want to talk to him, by the way, I'll hook you up.
Oh, why not? I would love to do that. I want to say, when before that trial happened, I covered the Kowalski case because there was that documentary that came out on Netflix. Oh, what is this about? Back then I was like a brand new channel. Like literally my channel's just kind of like, back in January, I had like maybe 1,500 subscribers. And like since then I'm up to like 12,700 or whatever it is now, just kind of like all happened fast. As ever since I hired Dominic, who, by the way, he's got like a hard exit. He's going to have us wrap the show up pretty soon.
Yeah, I got to go too. My son's going to be home in 15 minutes, and I got to do snack duty.
Well, go get your son's snacks together, and I'm going to try to do like a short Family Law After Dark segment, even though this entire show has been basically Family Law After Dark. It's the thing that I do where I cover these crazy, like salacious family law cases, and we talk about the craziness of it all and the advice that I would give. Never mind that this entire thing.
I've got tons for you. In fact, I've got a great case I would love for you to look into. I'm going to send you some stuff.
I'll cover it. 100%. I'll cover it.
I've got the cases, Omar. God, I've got them.
Let's do it. But all right, Miss Fox, I will let you tend to your son. I'm going to try to do a punctuated version of Family Law After Dark for everybody that's been waiting for that. And thank you so much.
Thank you for having me.
It was a pleasure. I had a blast cross-examining you. We got to do that again sometime.
We got to do that again for sure. Anytime. All right, guys, take care.
All right, Megan.
Bye.
Have a good one. Good weekend. Okay. Should we take, you know what? I'm going to take 90 seconds and we'll do an abbreviated family law, because I got to hit the head. I will be right back. And we're back. Ladies and gentlemen, I deeply apologize that I was not reading the super chats. Dominic promised he was going to like give me like alerts, and I was just going on and rambling on. And me and Megan were like doing our thing, and then all of you guys are sending these super chats. I'm going to try to read them right now. And thank you so much for that. You guys are awesome. Sabrina Simone, she had sent $5, said, thank you for covering us. You're so welcome, Sabine. I was going to call you Sabrina. What's the Obsession? I talked about her. You remember What's the Obsession? When we were covering the Watts coverage.
Christopher Watts.
Yeah, the Christopher Watts case. What's the Obsession is the owner of that channel. Did a live stream with her. She jumped in, and that was really cool. Sarah Adams sent us a couple bucks and said I invented Post-its. I don't know what that was in reference to. You know what would have been really helpful? If Dominic would have like sent me in context when that was sent. She invented Post-its. Sarah Adams. Actually, I think that was a guy named I'm not going to pretend to know that. Leanne says, content suggestion, Omar reads bedtime stories. You know,
what on earth?
I read bedtime stories to my daughters, but they prefer just watching a video on YouTube of like Mickey Mouse or something. Sometimes they like me to do it. You know, my oldest used to like that. Raven, she's like, Dad, tell me a bedtime story. I'm like, okay, once upon a time, there was a little girl and she got lost. The end. She's like, Dad, that's not what I meant. So, Jessie Lubu, she sent us the bird. I did read that one. Tracy Fagan says, here is for the demonetization. We are using it to, we are using to it breadstick money. Well, I don't think we've been demonetized just yet, but we may.
No.
You know, we were talking about some stuff on the show today. We'll see. Jessie Lubu sent us a cat. Thank you so much. Sarah Adams says, snorts, OMG, Megan, I love juice. I feel like I missed a lot of craziness in the chat. Like, what was going on? These comments were different from the ones that we had last time. Did Megan snort? Maybe she did, because she was cracking up when on the cross exam. Lisa B says, thanks for covering this. This person needs to be stopped. Yeah, we talked about that. It's one thing to make those allegations, but it's quite another to have to be on the receiving end of it and have to be forced to defend yourself. There has to be a mechanism for defense on that. 100%. Nothing like it. Says Laura had an Uber accident on April 6th, 2017, competed in the horse competition on April 12th of 2017, serious and debilitating injuries that she claimed in 2019 in lawsuit. Yeah, there's no shortage of inconsistencies that you're going to be able to find in the things that she said just haphazardly. Stir Crazy says, thanks for having our friends on. Big-hearted, funny Dave, and beautiful. Dave is a handsome man. He's got bluer eyes than I. He's got a baby. He looks like he's glowing. He's got like pregnancy glow. I know that's a thing for women, but like his baby's like a month old, and he's like this glowing dad. He's a genuinely good dude, man. I like Dave a lot. Cassie says they needed a receipt for my CPD hours on mock trial cross-examination techniques for difficult witnesses. Yeah. I'll tell you what, Megan was really good as a witness. She was doing her best to not answer my questions, but hey, sometimes your cross exams go that way, and you know that you're never going to bring them to admit to their wrongs, and so you have to sometimes just rely on the absurdity of their statements. Sarah Adams says that Megan reading just got me pregnant. Maybe.
What the?
Maybe. Megan does have a really good speaking voice. Hey, Marty jumped in. She says, good stuff, guys. Rad. She sent me $5 of my own money. Well, it's community property.
I know what you're trying to tell me.
It's like, hey, why would I buy you something for Christmas? Just buy yourself something. It's like, it's the same thing. It comes from the same source. Obviously, I'm kidding. Jennifer Okoktik says whiskey fund after that cross. Yeah, for sure. I had Woodford Reserve on deck. Last week it was Dalmore 15. I know that it was like 9 a.m., but I did it anyway. Bethany says she enjoyed the cross. Thanks for covering the story. Thank you so much, Bethany. We enjoyed having you. Silhouette says, didn't the judge instruct them not to divulge anything in the case? That's what I thought. But then Echard's over there giving interviews to Charlie Kirk. Griswold, what's his name? Griswold Gingras is over there sending
I know
like depositions or posting depositions. So I don't know what's real or whatnot, but yeah, they were not supposed to be talking about stuff. That's something that both sides had complained about various times. Cat Lady Ballerina says, since Omar and Megan, or MM, I'm assuming, are both in California, who's MM? Is that Megan? That can't be Megan Fox. Well, and MM are Mike. I know what they're talking about. Mike Marraccini are both in California. Could Omar refer MM or provide assistance to undo restraining order? That is a talk. Well, it really depends on the facts. Hey, Eliana, how do you undo? You guys are both fiercely scrolling through.
No, I am like replying to a client.
Yeah. How would you go about unwinding a restraining order?
Winding?
No,
unwinding it.
Unwinding.
You'd have to prove the fraud. I mean, you could probably do it, but if not in the family law context, certainly in the civil, that's certainly an option. We'll discuss that later because we're running out of time. We got to get Family Law After Dark rolling. We got maybe 30 minutes. WAG, I did not think we were going to be on this long, but yet here we are again, 2 days in a row. Or 2 shows in a row. Wagstall says, love to see him cross-examine Lynette and John. Who's Lynette and John?
I don't know.
I'm not sure. Maria Stopa says, Omar, thank you for covering this. I enjoy your take. Thank you so much. And Julie with the 999 says, I bet Omar doesn't know about Capson Stearns. What is Capson Stearns? I'm Googling it right now. It better not be like some weird porn. Capson Stearns.
Lower the mic a little bit.
All right. Well, folks, I think we're going to be.
Train the purple haze.
We have to answer purple haze for sure. Let me just set up the lighting, and then we will get it started. Here we are for Family Law After Dark. All right. Let me pull up case number 1. We got some good ones today.
That's my belly saying I'm hungry. See, I'm not lying.
All right. Let's start with this one. All right. So Family Law After Dark is where we talk about salacious family law cases. Not that Laura Owens case hasn't been salacious enough, but these are people that either write into us or that we come across on the internet, and we give our thoughts and legal advice to various people seeking help in their family law cases. And so our first case is this is what's going on. So I'm waiting to get a separation agreement, and my soon-to-be ex-wife is treating me like shit. She has 0 friends and has isolated me, won't leave the house, won't join clubs or groups to meet people, and says to me today, you have all these friends and I don't get to meet them. Why won't they come here? Saying I'm going to F her over in the divorce, as I have mentioned. I'd like to buy her out. I've put $30,000 into this house, and yet that, yes, has been marital money. If a class action lawsuit payout is classified in that, she just received $11,000 in a severance package and blew it, and now expects me to still pay half the debt on her visa that I cannot see, cannot use, and have no access to. I've told her she can keep the brand new car, take everything she wants in the house, and I'll keep her with the debt until she moves provinces. This guy needs to take a deep breath. He's throwing a lot at me all at once. Melissa's eyes are kind of glazed over. And okay, so I guess the long story short with that one is, all right, they are dividing assets. They're about to get divorced. He's worried about like stuff he puts in the house. He wants his money back. Hey, Eliana.
Yes.
When couples renovate their property with community property, what's the general rule on that?
It's community property. I mean, at the end of the day, the money you spent, it was already community property, and you're gonna see, I guess, your payoff when you sell or refinance the home. So he's not gonna get like credit for that.
Hey, Julio with a 499 says Capson Stearns on YouTube specializes in CPS in California. Friend of Megan's, Sean something. I'm gonna have to look into this Capson Stearns. I guess maybe it's like a law firm. I've never heard. Never heard of it.
Actually, Melissa, can you switch mics? Because this mic is still here. It's blocking you. It'll look weird.
Are we good? Is the mic okay?
I think we are.
All right. Look, here's my take. All right, I put 30. You're not getting that money back. That's community money, unless it's from a separate property source. There's no reimbursement for it. You're not going to get anything for it if you're looking for that. As far as the money that she received in a severance package, that money is half yours. And I mean, it's going to be deemed community property. If it's class action, could you see a scenario where she gets to keep the full $11,000? She gets $11,000 in a severance package. I guess
If it was related to an injury that happened after separation.
yeah, but during marriage, that's
During marriage is income considered.
those are community funds. What do you want from me, sir? I've told her she can keep the brand new car and take everything she wants in the house, and I'll help her with the debt until she moves. I'm being gaslit AF, and enough with the gaslit.
I know. But whenever I hear that word, it's like.
Could you stop?
Yes.
All right. Lynette or Iron Rabbit says Lynette and John are causing havoc. What the hails? That's what Megan was talking about. Another super crazy case in Florida and Ohio. I got a feeling that we're probably going to be looking into that case. Megan says she has a bunch of crazy cases that she's going to send to me that we're probably going to start covering. So 100% for sure. As to this guy, I'm so bored with this question. This is not at all what I thought it was going to be. He's asking stuff about money. The money is pretty simple. He has not identified in terms, and with the gaslit, I don't know what he means. Gaslit in terms of she wants a divorce, or gaslit in terms of the way she's negotiating the debts.
Or that she's not agreeing to what he wants.
I mean, gaslighting. Maybe she's like going off on him and just like ranting, because he at the beginning said like she has no friends. My first thought about that, I'm so sorry, it's like, boy, I imagine why. But okay.
Hey, and welcome Melissa to the live stream. She's been actually doing work, and she's here to join us for this abbreviated version of Family Law After Dark. To this guy, he just needs to grow a pair and get over the gaslighting thing. What is she? Of what benefit is it for you? Do you think you're going to tell the judge, oh, she has no friends and she's gaslighting? The judge is going to look at, look, what is the assets? We're going to split it down the middle. He hasn't identified anything that could be identified as a separate property source in this hypothetical. This is a pretty simple one. Do I tell lawyers this shit? You can, and we're going to tell you who gives a F. It doesn't matter. I don't care if she has no friends. You've asked me a mathematical question. How much money do I get of the $11,000 that she got in the severance package? If it's during the marriage, you're getting half. She's getting half. Split the debts and the assets right down the middle. I think we need to move on. And is it important to tell his attorney that? I mean, look, we hear that stuff all the time. 90% of the stuff that we hear from our clients is not relevant to the meritorious issues in their cases, but they tell us anyway. And it's the reason why we end up becoming, closer to therapists in some of these cases than litigating family law issues. And so that is that. Let's move on to a different one. So this person says, okay, I've been married for 21 years this past January. This past March, I filed for divorce. We got 4 children together. They're all grown. Youngest is 20. Wife gets paid under the table. I can't really provide or prove she gets those checks. How do you prove money, Ileana, from somebody that claims to only get paid under the table?
How they spend money?
How they spend money, exactly. We look at your expenses. So it's like, hey, I don't make any money, I have zero income, I don't have a job, I don't have a W-2. All right, well, what are your expenses? Well, I pay $1,800 for the rent. I got a car payment of $600. Utilities equal about $750. I got a cell phone bill of about $182. I'm making numbers up. It's like, okay, and how is it the case that with $0 of income, you're able to maintain these expenses without having, collection notices and things like that? And then sometimes, I get help from my parents. Sometimes I get help from my spouse. Sometimes I get help from my boyfriend, whatever. All right. And then it just becomes a tribal issue. Let's just verify the sources. Then we go into their bank statements and say, okay, all the money they deposited. Oh, I get paid in cash.
Exactly.
Right. Well, most of the time you can't pay bills in cash. And so that money's going to be found somewhere.
Yes.
You can't just go to court and say, I have $0 because I only get paid in cash and expect a judge to just, I'll say, okay, well, I guess we'll just set the support amount to 0.
My experience with people that claim that is that the court ends up imputing whatever their family's given them as income.
Yeah, I don't know if he's asking a support question, but to the extent that you think you can't prove her income, minimum wage, could you believe it, in California? Well, I don't know what it is.
16.
Yeah, but they will say, okay, we're going to impute for support purposes at the very bare minimum, 40 hours at minimum wage, $16 an hour, and then they'll use that to calculate guideline figures and things like that. But before I start getting too deep into that, what's the rest of his question? So wife gets paid on the table, can't prove she gets those checks that I know of. I'm still on the bank account. I called the bank and they said, as long as she cashes the check, they don't have a way to show what was cashed, which I guess is true. But they would also, you would be able to subpoena records of checks being cashed under her name. I think you'd have to frame a subpoena very specifically for that specific purpose. And hey, the banks may tell us that they can't, but I can't imagine that they don't have an ability to log the identity of persons cashing checks and for what amounts they occurred and on what dates. And that may be a way to get around that issue. What do you think?
You'll have also to know where she's cashing those checks, because I mean, you don't necessarily go to a bank.
That's
cash
true.
Those you can just go to one of those like corner stores.
7-Elevens.
Yeah, in which case we're still relying on her expenses to determine income, right? I also want to say that her and I have been separated for almost 2 years. And I have still been paying a portion of the bills with the exception of her rent and lights and food. Good for you. Is he going to get any credit for that, Eliana?
They're living together?
Did he say that?
He just said they were separated.
Oh, since they've been separated, he's been paying bills, basically.
But I mean, you can be separated and still living together. Like, does he say that?
Once again, super lawyer Ileana coming up with the big
I don't know. I mean, if they're living together,
I think
he's not going to get anything.
Yeah.
He hasn't disclosed
Which is true. I also want to say that her and I have been separated for almost 2 years. I mean, 2 years. That'd be a difficult household to live in. Well, the answer is if they've been living together, then it doesn't matter.
No.
But the real answer is if they're legitimately living apart, if she hasn't filed for support, it doesn't matter.
No.
To the extent that she did file for support, he's going to be credited at that point with anything and perhaps reimbursed for overpayments. You never know.
And it doesn't specify, like, what is he paying? Is he paying bills like utility bills that he's also
He says a
using?
portion of the bills with the exception of her rent and lights and food. So it's not a portion of the bills. You're right. I don't know what the amount of those bills
credit
were.
cards?
Let's say it was $300 a month. Bottom line is, if he's ordered to pay alimony in the amount of $2,000 a month, well, then I guess we'll credit you with $300 then.
Yeah.
You still owe the rest in arrears. Now, I do have an attorney.
Then why are you here asking me this?
And he is
You should be asking him or her.
he is being way positive about my outcome on this, and that kind of has me worried. I don't have that kind of luck. And I am the type of person that
Apparently Michael Marraccini.
Is he?
Whoa.
Is Michael Marraccini in the chat?
Go to live chat. Click it again. Then go to live chat.
Oh, there we go. Mr. Michael Marraccini, thank you all very much, and I appreciate the coverage of the case. Mr. Marraccini, you and I have to get in touch. There's been people that have been trying to contact me to, hey, speak to Mr. Marraccini because he wants to tell a story. I've heard that after June 10th he wants to talk. I will love to get Marraccini on and get his account of things, and maybe that's in the work after June 10th.
Yes.
But yeah, I have some questions, sir. And thanks for joining in on the chat. I really appreciate that. Just Jill says, I see him, Omar. I see who? Yes. Oh, Sturk. They're all talking about
Him.
Michael.
Yeah. Somebody's saying hello to Clayton. I don't know if Clayton is in here or not, but to the extent that he is, hey, Godspeed, sir.
Mm-hmm.
And thanks for joining us as I'm going over these cases that nobody cares about.
On Reddit.
Or JD, well, these ones are actually submitted to us. Or JD is going into rehab or something. I have actual goosebumps. Goosebumps. Is Clayton really in? Hey, is Clayton Echard in the chat?
I have no idea.
Well, to the extent that they really are, hey, there's a lot of supporters for you here that are sitting here in the chat. And we, as Darcy says, we all support Mike and Clayton. We've been talking a lot about that case, and
Marraccini said happy to chat after the 10th.
100%, sir.
Yay.
We will be in touch. 100%. This is the best person covering the case. Oh, thank you for that, Ruth. I don't know if she's talking about me or not. If she's not, I feel like a dumbass. But is what it is. All right, let me continue before I get too off track. I'm starting to lose my mind. Do you know that we've been going for almost 4 hours again?
Oh, wow.
Again.
Twice in a row?
Well, I have had my
Well, you
breaks.
have had breaks. I have
Breaks.
been going nonstop. My brain is starting to unravel.
I was actually keeping track because I was on my calls and everything. I was like, oh my God,
Mhm.
it's going again.
All right. So this person, he has this question. Now, I've seen her financial disclosures and it is incorrect. But again, I don't really know how to prove that. Well, your lawyer does. And that's
Mhm.
probably why he's perhaps so optimistic. It might also be the case that he just doesn't know the issues and he doesn't know what he doesn't know. And he's going to court thinking one thing, and the judge is going to ask him questions, and he's going to realize that he's kind of out of his depth. But research him. How long has your attorney been practicing? If he's been practicing at least for 5 years, then he should be good.
What surprises me is how does he think that his attorney not feeling confident about his case is a good thing?
I think because oftentimes your clients,
same
if you don't
question.
have the same reservations that they do, because you know
No,
the
of
law,
course.
and those are not really real issues,
Mhm.
but they're in their mind they are.
Of course.
It gives them this unsettling feelings that, wait a minute, it doesn't make sense that he's not worried about it. I always tell my clients, if I'm not worried,
Exactly.
you don't need to be worried. I say that to Melissa. She's like, how come you're never like rattled? I was like, Melissa, if I'm not rattled, you don't need to be rattled. If you see me worried, then you really need to worry. And we live by that motto. And very rarely am I ever rattled or worried on any of my cases.
I'm sorry, anxiety lives in my body every single time.
Yeah.
Ever since I started this job, because I'm in charge of the hefty part. So I'm always scrambling around like I need to make sure everything's okay.
So to answer this guy's question, he just says, I was the breadwinner for most of the marriage, and I know she's entitled to half of my retirement. And honestly, I don't care about that. I just want to give her a huge monthly alimony. Don't want to give her a huge alimony check for years and years. Sorry, this is so scattered. How fucked am I? Hey, Dominic, bleep me out. You left out some important details. Oh, 21 years. Well, you're pretty effed. I don't know how effed you are. She's eligible for basically lifetime alimony. I don't know what that
Did he
amount's going
point
to
out
be.
this was in California?
Yeah. I don't know what is in your retirement account, but you don't have to look. There's ways around the lifetime alimony thing. Typically, you give her an asset in exchange for an expiration date. She just has to negotiate what that's worth. It has to make sense to you. It has to make sense to her. There's going to be some meeting of the minds. And oftentimes with my clients that are in your position, I'll say, hey, you got like 3 properties, give her one. That's her separate property. That's worth at least $250,000. And how many months of alimony is that? Hey, if we're giving you that, I want alimony terminated. All right. And then they're happy. It's like winning the lottery and getting the choice between a lump sum or like the 30-year payout. Most people want to take the lump sum. So trust your attorney. If he ain't worried about it, I wouldn't be worried about it, but do some research on your guy. Make sure he's got the requisite evidence. I would recommend talking to him about your specific concerns and communicating with him. And so he can explain it to you like you're 5 and make you feel better. Every time I talk to my clients, very seldom do they not feel better after talking to me. So that is that show. All right. So was this the one that I wanted Melissa on here on? I wanted to make sure.
Okay. Every single time you say that, I get a little bit scared. Like, what are you bringing on to me?
Well,
what do you want me to hear?
Let's just see. This was one sent to us as well. So let me start by saying I love my partner very much. But as time has progressed, we've evolved into best friends and not intimate partners. And that's not what I want or need. all right, this one's going to be one for Ileana and myself. It's not one for Melissa. You need to sit back and listen. You don't have to do that. You can do whatever you want. You're about to get married here. I need to explain some things to you if you want this to work out. It's going to work out. It's going to be fine. But there is levels to marriage, as we often say on this show. Ileana, what's all the levels? I'm kidding.
I'm not aware of those levels, but okay.
I'm joking. I always do that to her. All right. Right off the bat, there's not red flags, but there needs to perhaps be a shift in perspective. Married, I love my partner very much. As time has progressed, we've evolved into best friends. Hey, there's not a marriage that has ever succeeded or failed where you haven't had an evolution of your relationship with your partner. You starts off as this very base attraction, physical attraction, a sexual attraction. You can only carry that for so far, because if that's the strength of your relationship, that's going to fizzle out in a couple of weeks. And then it's like, all right, because they could find that level of attraction with just about anybody. All it requires is simply something different. It's not that hard to find that. And inevitably you become partners. Inevitably you become confidants. Inevitably you become best friends. And intimacy evolves. From the very beginning, when you're all experimental and trying to convince her that, hey, I could go forever, or you're trying to convince him, like, oh, I'm so tight.
God, I knew you were going to say that.
I will blow your mind. Yeah, you can only carry on that charade for so long until you have a couple of uneventful encounters, and you have to, oh, I'm so sorry that happened, and it never happens to me. Dominic knows what I'm talking about. I'm kidding. But look, man, you live and you die. I'm going off on a tangent. I've read this for like one sentence. The point is that you're going to evolve in your relationship. The fact that you're best friends is not the sign of a bad marriage. It's a normal one. And if you want to stay married, you have to learn how to navigate through these phases without declaring that, you know what, I'm so bored. I just don't feel like he gives me enough attention. He used to pay all this attention to me. He used to like to talk to me. Hey, sometimes couples just run out of shit to talk about. And it's a good thing. It's like that movie, that Pulp Fiction movie that none of you have watched. I know. Where that lady tells the guy, you watched Pulp Fiction?
Claro, yeah.
When was this, Claro?
No, really.
I believe you. Like, she's looking at me like as if I've like so offended her cultural references.
I had to watch it. I mean, oh my God.
It's part of working here, right?
It was more than 10 years ago when I watched it, and it's basically because of
Uma Thurman. She gives this whole speech to John Travolta, stating that, you know, people waste so much time with small talk. You really know that you found somebody when you can just sit there in silence and enjoy wow, boxing for life. Thank you for all your coverage content and today's collabs. Dominic, like, hey Omar, huge super chat, huge. Seemed like it was creepy, I gotta say. Hey Omar. Boxing for life, you're the best, man. I really appreciate it. Jules says she loves Pulp Fiction, and she also thanks Boxing for Life. Does he have a YouTube channel? I feel like I've subscribed to a boxing channel similar to something like that. Class of 83 says we have to remember, what about the guy? We cannot let her off the hook. What are we talking about again? What about the guy? Hey, Class of 83, what are we talking about?
He's probably behind us.
Oh, exit sign says huge. That's like where's that from? You made a big mistake. Huge. Pretty Woman. When she's kicking him out of the thing because she knows her to, never mind. I'm not going to pretend I know verbatim what that movie's about. I know it from Dwight Schrute when he's like mimicking, you made a huge mistake. Huge. And he's like covered in beet juice. Boxing for Life says, I'm a woman. We love boxing. Yes, man, they do. You know, I met one of the scariest, like the greatest female boxer of all time, like the Mike Tyson. She was in that movie with Clint Eastwood, $1 Million Baby.
Okay.
You know the antagonist in that movie, the one at the end that like paralyzes her and takes a cheap shot. She was a legit boxer, like the greatest of all time. Like I met her before when she was like in her prime. Scary. One was like, I ain't messing around with her. Shit. Oh, she was real strong. You watch her on the heavy bag. She's vicious. She cracks someone's ribs. But yeah, much respect to female boxers. What am I on about, man? I was supposed to read this. All right. So I brought up these issues in the past. She's talking about best friends and not intimate partners, and that's not what I want or need. All right. I brought up these issues in the past, and in the moment things get better, but quickly settle back to the status quo. I do not think this is something that can be resolved with counseling. I agree with that. But I know Eliana would disagree with me, but we've never tried, mainly because I don't think they are aware of how much this impacts me. There's a lot of me going on here. So married for 13 years, no children, 2 pets, own a home together, no joint accounts, no prenup. I care about this person deeply, and as such, I don't want them to suffer financially. I think they will feel blindsided by this decision. At the same time, I have worked very hard to get out of my own personal debts and have invested in hobbies that I don't want to lose or have to liquidate. I make significantly more money than they do. Both myself and my family have invested more in our home and life, including a recent remodel, but also in the purchase of our current home and help in buying a previous home. I'm honestly scared of bringing up the idea of divorce because, number one, they will be crushed. When they say they, I'm assuming she means he. They will struggle being financially independent, and I don't want to lose what I worked so hard for. So she cares so much about this guy, but most of her concern is about her financial wherewithal and I guess the return on her personal investments. Is there anything I do to protect herself legally and financially? But before even bringing up the idea, no, because there's not a prenup. You're in. You guys entered into this contract. There's community property, and he's going to be entitled to things. And one of those things he's going to be entitled to is alimony. You make significantly more than him. It's a 13-year marriage in the state of California that disallows a judge for putting an expiration date on an alimony award that he's sure to get under 4320. Ideally, I can keep the house and my hobby investments. Well, guess what? Those investments, unless they're from separate property sources, he's getting a cut. Support them on a temporary basis. Oh, it's not going to be temporary. And not financially ruin either of us. I'm terrified that it isn't possible. All right. I'm a bit lost and scared. So she's not really looking to reconcile her marriage, which I got to respect. You don't know children, and good for you that you don't have any children. But if you're thinking that you're going to get out of this marriage unscathed financially and there's no prenup, another thing coming. Eliana, what has she got to look forward to other than the things that I've just mentioned?
I think you pretty much covered it all, but my question is, I think we're assuming the other person is a he, might be also a she, because if she's referring to the other person as they.
I'm totally assuming that. I don't think she ever said that she's a she. Maybe it is a he.
Because when you said they, I'm like,
why did I start thinking this was a female? Did I miss something? Did I read something wrong? I don't know if this is a female or not, and they did not leave their name. So let's just assume, okay, let's be gender neutral here. All right. So this person, look, you should be scared, but not completely. Look, if you want to get out of the marriage, fine, but it's going to cost you.
Not much is going to change if they do it now or later.
Marvin Gaye very famously wrote an album as a condition of paying off his alimony because he was like knee deep in debt. And one of the conditions was the proceeds from your next album is going to go directly to her as a payment for alimony. He's like, oh, I'm going to make the shittiest album ever. And he proceeds to write this album. It was called Here, My Dear. This is what you wanted. And so I've conceded. And he proceeds to write a musical journal of his marriage to his wife of 13 years, no less, how it was ending and all the personal stuff and all the affairs that they had and all the good times they had and all the bad times they had. He writes like this song where he's like literally probably high on LSD or something about how they're two lost souls up in on Venus and Mars, and they meet each other again in another life and they go into some sexual rendezvous. It's wild. If you should consume that content on an edible or something. for full effect. Oh, he did. And I think she tried to sue him for defamation. Look, bottom line is you're married for 13 years. The reasons why you want to separate, you need to really look, you could do this if you want to, but is it worth what you're going to have to give up? Now, look, you're not going to get away with not paying alimony. You're not going to get away for giving him portions of your retirement and investments and half the equity of the house. You're not getting out of that. This person is probably going to be blindsided by the divorce because it just seems like from the facts, like that's where we're going with it. I messed up my mic. And I'm starting to lose my voice. Where was I? What was I talking about?
He's going to be blindsided by the divorce.
Oh, yeah. He's not going to just go away and fade quietly into the night. He's going to be devastated. He's going to go through all of the periods of grief. And so the reasons is what's blowing my mind. Just so, because listen, I've been married twice. I've been in a bad marriage and I've been in a good one. And I've seen it in my clients where everybody starts off saying that, look, I'm just not happy because it's not like how it used to be. But if you intended to marry with the intention of keeping things like at this one singular peak the entire time, it's not going to be that way.
It's going to fail.
Look, the good times that I had with my wife in my 20s, I never met her in my 20s. She was in her 20s. I'm never going to see that girl again. She's gone. That lady don't exist. Every year it gets a little bit different. Our likes and our wants and our needs, they change. And so this desire to go back to a time when things were exciting, look, you could find that wherever, but you're aging. The prospects that are going to look at you as desirable are changing. You can't get back what you had. There's this TikTok post that I watched about this 82-year-old guy who was talking about, I'm 82. All my friends are dead. All the loved ones and people that cared about me are gone. And it wouldn't be so bad, but for the vivid memories I have of my youth. And he's sitting there, just this disheveled guy, looks like he's about to die. His memories are of youth. His body is of disintegration. He's disintegrating. He's melting. And this lady is wondering why she can't maintain what she had 13 years ago. What would you say from your perspective? Dominic's trying to whisper in my ear. Thank you, Tracy Fagan. Most people are looking for instant gratification. Marriage takes 100%. It does instant gratification. Look, either one of you ladies could go to any bar in Southern California or the world and find a sexual partner. And if what you're looking for is instant gratification, most men can do the same. They might not have the same options. It's just a different, there's different odds with men and women. I would not say the same thing of Dominic, but he might get lucky. I clown too much on Dominic. My husband says I'm responsible for his gray hair because he never had any before me. I can't say that of my wife. I started getting gray hairs in law school. That's when it happened. And then there's no going back from there. I can't even blame it on her. But look, your partner changes.
It was not in law school.
Who?
Your gray hairs?
No, I 100%. I had like this strand of gray started in law school. Like my 1L year. It just, that's what happened.
Oh, yeah.
I bet Ileana has grays too, but I bet you she dyes her hair.
I do dye my hair, but I don't have any grays. I do have I guess, birthmark in my head that like it's like under here where white hair comes out of there, but it has been like that since birth.
Oh, so it's like a raccoon spot or something.
Yes, like that. But I do remember my first year, 1L. That's when I started wearing glasses. You just start to deteriorate once you hit law school. I wanted to read this comment. Iron Rabbit says, I was with my husband for 50 years when he passed. We were best friends and worked together through the life changes. Imagine if she were to say at year 45, you know what, you just paid any attention. I just want the excitement back. And I'm like, it's like, lady, I'm like 80 years old.
You know what this sounds like now?
Or,
this sounds like all the posts I've read. My husband wants to open the marriage because the excitement is gone.
Oh, watch a movie or something. I don't know, man. What you gonna do role play? Look,
I just love to read that because it always turns out the same way. Okay, she says she feels coerced to say yes, and she says yes. Then she finds somebody. Her husband gets mad. like, no, like, close it back. We're done. And she's like, no. And then he gets upset and something happens.
Hey, MG Law is in here. Hey, Megan Fox says, LOL. Oh, what's up, Megan? She's back in the chat. MG Law says, but that exciting time can be brought back. Yeah,
it does.
It can. It just takes a switching of perspectives. Listen, I was once in my prime. You know, I was in my 20s. I know, Melissa always kissing. When I was in my prime, I went out and I hunted. Hunting is a bad word.
Oh, no, please, no.
I pursued women a specific way.
There you go.
And it was a lot different because, you know, I mean, well, back then, after my first marriage and I was getting in my 20s, it's just a different thing. If I were to try to do that or even think about doing that now, I get so exhausted. It's like, there's no effing way. I'm going to sit like at a bar and pretend I'm like interested in what this lady's telling me. It's just changing of perspectives. Like the good times I had my wife when we were, you know how my last daughter was born? Because we went to Vegas and we were trying to celebrate. It was our first vacation post Olivia.
Oh my God.
And then my wife in her infinite wisdom was like,
I was already working with him. I remember.
She was like, she was supposed to be on birth control. And then we come back and 2 weeks later, there's like a pregnancy test, an HCG test.
There you go.
And I'm like, Jesus Christ. And then we go to the doctor's appointment. And then the doctor, the first thing out of his mouth was like, didn't you listen to me when I said you have to be on birth control? What were you thinking? What were you thinking? He was mad at her because it's like so close to the first pregnancy. But yeah, that, you know, for us to go do a whole Vegas trip again, number one, you're going to be on birth control. Number two, or I'm going to be fixed, or one of the two. But number two, it's just we would not have fun the same way that we did back then. We're older. We know each other better. It's a whole different thing. We have different ways. But I'll tell you this. There's a deeper respect that I have for my wife than I ever had for her around the time of Evelyn's conception. It's just a different appreciation for her. It's a different respect for her. I view her a lot differently. I don't evaluate her the same. Like when you look at people, normal people, it's the first thing you notice. It's their looks, their physicality, all of those things. When I see her now, I don't see any of that. I'm like immune to it. And like right now, she's been sick and she's been like all self-conscious because like it's affected her. And like she thinks that like I'm aware of it, but I'm not. She's just my wife that I care for. And then just those things are not important to me. I've invested in this person and this is where we're going. Better or worse, sickness and health. This is what we're doing. And so but you don't get to that level of appreciation with your spouse if you're so focused on the stuff that they were talking about. Oh, the excitement and this and that. And you don't make me feel special. You don't make me feel wanted. Whether it's a man or a woman saying that. And that was all. Hey, Dominic, how you doing with time, man?
I'm good.
Do you guys have anything to add to what I just said?
Not really.
All right. What about you, Melissa?
You said to sit back and listen, so that's what I'm doing.
Oh,
hearing you two talk about that, I love it.
I'm just saying because you're about to get married, literally in weeks, and so you just have to be mindful of this shift in perspective and appreciate the hard work you put into your partner. If you can't appreciate the hard work that you put into your partner, then you could never imagine a time where you're living without this initial excitement. You're familiar with that movie, Good Will Hunting?
No, I don't think so.
Have you ever seen that movie?
Maybe because it sounds familiar, but I don't.
With Robin Williams.
Wait.
Dominic, have you seen Good Will Hunting?
Robin Williams. I've seen a lot of his movies.
Me too. That's why I think I do, but let me see.
Well, he gives this speech. He's talking about his wife, and it's like the Robin Williams speech. The you know what? I want to see if I can find it.
With Matt Damon.
Hunting. Robin Williams. Talking
I can't
about
remember
his wife.
what happened in the movie.
He was a huge part of my childhood.
Yes, mine too.
Here, I want to play this. It's one of my favorite clips from this movie. Listen to how he talks about his wife.
Are you gonna share it to stream?
Oh, am I sharing it right? Yeah, let me share this with the stream. I watched this movie when I was 17 years old, and it's always stuck with me. It's like some of the best advice I've ever received. How do I do it?
Go to
Where did I go?
where's
I must have separated tabs. All right, here we go. Present, share screen. And I'm going to go to this one. Share. All right.
Big time. Big time.
Just like my
Time,
million.
I went on a date last week. How'd it go? It was good. Going out again? I don't know. Why not? Haven't called her. Christ, you're an amateur. I know what I'm doing. Yeah. Don't worry about me. I know what I'm doing. Yeah, but this girl's like, beautiful. She's smart. She's fun. It's different from most of the girls I've been with. So call her up, Romeo. Why? So I can realize she's not that smart, that she's fucking boring. This girl's like fucking perfect right now. I don't want to ruin that. Maybe you're perfect right now. Maybe you don't want to ruin that. But I think that's a super philosophy, Will. That way you can go through your entire life without ever having to really know anybody. My wife used to fart when she was nervous. She had all sorts of wonderful idiosyncrasies. She used to fart in her sleep. I'm sorry I shared that with you. One night it was so loud it woke the dog up. She woke up and got like, "Oh, is that you?" I said, "I didn't have the heart to tell her." Oh, God. She woke herself up.
I would tell my wife, like, "Hey, what the F?"
Oh, Christ. But Will, she's been dead 2 years, and that's the shit I remember. It's wonderful stuff, Little things like that. Yeah, but those are the things I miss the most. The little idiosyncrasies that only I knew about. That's what made her my wife. Oh, and she had the goods on me, too. She knew all my little peccadillos. People call these things imperfections, but they're not. Oh, that's the good stuff. And then we get to choose who we let into our weird little worlds. You're not perfect, sport. And let me save you the suspense. This girl you met, she isn't perfect either. But the question is whether or not you're perfect for each other. That's the whole deal. That's what intimacy is all about. Now, you can know everything in the world, but the only way you're finding out that one is by giving it a shot. You certainly won't learn from an old fucker like me.
So that was the point. But that scene right there, that speech that he gave, that little monologue, is kind of it. Oh yeah, the chat misses Robin Williams. He was my all-time favorite. He gave the best speeches. Like that scene in that movie, what I watched in 1997. I thought I understood it then, but you don't really truly understand a scene like that unless you put in years with a partner that's invested in you, and you are able to forgive them for not being 29 years old forever and not being sexually exciting to the whims of your porn star fantasies, and because they don't desire to do the same stupid things that you guys did when you were younger. You invest that time so that you have permission yourself to become imperfect with your partner, and in your imperfections you create a 50-year marriage like this lady who just told us. And so, Melissa, with your partner, just understand it's all fun. You guys are all in your 20s right now. It's all fun and games when you're in 20s.
No,
right?
I'm not in my 20s.
You were not. Isn't he? He's a youngster, isn't he?
No.
How old is he?
32.
Oh, well, when I met him, or when I knew of him, he was like in his 20s.
Yes.
You guys are starting on this journey, and it's going to get real effing boring, especially when you start having kids. And then it's going to be boring and obnoxious. And in that boring and obnoxious, the only adult time or reprieve you're going to have is in each other. And if you're over there pouting about how he's not doing this or that, or showing you attention, or telling you that you're pretty, or he's not fun and exciting the way it used to be, then you're going to miss out on all the other good stuff. And that's what I have to say to this lady. So this started off as a family law question and it turned into like this old
relationship advice.
But look, you can get divorced if you want to. It's going to cost you. Just consider what you might be leaving behind and whether or not it's worth it. By all means, you could do it probably at no cost to you emotionally, because it's all financial. That's what's heaviest on her mind. But consider what you've built and then whether or not it's really worth it to get divorce. We should do a different one. Hey, Dominic, what time do you got to go?
I think that means now.
All right.
About that.
All right. Ladies and gentlemen, I
means
promised Dominic that I would wrap this up by 1. It's like 1:12. I'm going to be respectful to him. He's got somewhere to be. And so for everybody, all of you that has joined me on this 4-hour, once again, journey, thank you so much for staying with me. I hope that I've done you proud in our coverage of the Echard case, the Laura Owens case, and some of these hypotheticals we've done on Family Law After Dark. Thank you so much to Megan Fox for coming in. Thank you so much for everybody else jumping in on the chat. You guys are amazing. All of you. We're starting to build this really tight-knit community, and it's a beautiful thing to witness. It's all just starting to come together at this crazy time in our lives. Thank you to Dominic for all of you that have inquiries into things that need to be produced. Dominic is going to flash on the edited video his contact info to get in touch with him for that help. And for the rest of you, I think it's time to see you guys next week and bid you all adieu. And with that said, I will say